Eat.
My nesting.
Once you get settled on.
We have not seen.
Hey, Kareem.
Yeah, look at that. I'm trying. Trying. I like all of these extras. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the January 31st, 2026 Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. For those in the room here, flag is in the back of the room. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's also a thing. Okay. Treasurer Guston, please call the attendance roll.
Ms. Armbruster.
Here.
Ms. Bolton.
Present.
Mr. Crossett is not here. Mr. Lundy. Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Vice President Moffitt. And President Craig.
Here. And while Vice President Moffitt is getting set up here, I just want to do some housekeeping for those in the room. We do have refreshments in the back here. We are going to ask all of our speakers today for our presentations, as well as any of the hearing of the public to come to, we have a side table here where there's a mic, and sit for those presentations. And otherwise, we are going to try and have a speedy meeting today and get through everything in quick order. Vice President Moffitt, please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Absolutely, thank you. And please pardon my delay. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this morning may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
Thank you, Vice President Moffitt. I need a motion and a second to approve the January 31st board retreat meeting agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. All righty. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements this morning? Oh. Vice President Moffitt.
So after our most recent, you okay back there? After our most recent Cincinnati blizzard, I want to say thanks to our facilities team for attempting to get as much cleared as possible. We do appreciate it. Stay safe and warm.
Just 1 second as we were getting ourselves addressed in this room here. Any other board members have any other announcements or acknowledgements? I just want to, oh, sorry.
The chat is disabled. I'm getting some messages that the chat is disabled. That's it.
Just want to acknowledge all of the hard work for folks in the district as well, but also want to acknowledge all the folks who are here today on a Saturday in the early mornings, because I'm sure all of us had other places we would rather be, including probably just sitting on our couch and or still tucked in. Superintendent and Treasurer Guston, do you have any acknowledgements or announcements?
So yes, President, so we do have a few retirees we want to announce, and Rob has, I believe, a slide with a retiree. Oh my goodness. So on the certificated personnel side, Mary Kay O'Connell Good is a teacher at Western Hills University High School. And then we also have retiring Principal Eric Rozier from our virtual high school. Thank you for your service. And then I have one kudos, and then I'll toss it to Treasurer Guston. I do want to acknowledge and celebrate Oilers Media Arts Department. I don't know if you've ever seen those young people in action, but they are extremely professional. Being someone who studied and majored in broadcast journalism, I absolutely adore this program, but they have a strong partnership through our career and technical education program with Local 12 News. And recently, you can take a look at the clip a little bit later, but Local 12 did feature them on a recent broadcast. So congratulations to Euler and the students who are involved in the media arts program.
Just quickly, but not, everything that's been said, thanks to the facilities team. They did a great job. Also wanted to thank our payroll team for working when, some of which worked when they really didn't have to work, but came in to get that done. And also wanted to thank a couple folks on my staff who don't like to be recognized by name, but figuring out the new stuff in the W-2s. So if you don't know, the One Big Beautiful Bill changed how overtime is taxed, which was passed in the middle of the year, which means when the federal government changes things in the middle of the year, you have to retroactively try to figure that out. So they put a lot of hard work into working backwards to figure out how to make that work for folks' W-2s, which are in the mail, by the way, for the folks listening.
Awesome. I want to take a little bit of a presidential privilege also to go back into board and acknowledgements because I forgot to do a couple. But so just want to acknowledge, I went to a visit at Woodford. I appreciated the student body president and vice president giving me a lovely tour. Never got to see so much of Woodford, even when I went to Woodford. But both are sixth graders who will be planning to attend several of our schools here. One's approaching SCPA, and then the other student will be, she had like a big audition actually that day, so I was, crossing our fingers for her. And then the other will be attending Walnut Hills next year. So both great tour guides, and it was a great time to visit and see how they get their day started. Also want to acknowledge, went to North Avondale Montessori's girls basketball game. That was a fun experience. Girls played hard. As well as went to Clark's game where they had alumni night. It was a great opportunity to honor an alumni every year. Clark actually came back from 20 down to win the game against Mount Healthy. So good job, Clark. And then as well, went to Walnut's basketball game, which was a lot of fun as well. Who they dominated. I was impressed. But we got a lot of great things going on in athletics in the district these days. And so I think it's just great to see our young folks skying higher than I ever could. So, all righty, let's keep us moving. So I will turn it over to Vice President Moffitt for our hearing of the public.
Thank you. I apologize for being a little disheveled today. It is cold, and I think my brain is just cold too. So we are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you have any materials or presentations wanting to be distributed to the board, please give them to our board administrative assistant, Phyllis Davis, who will be right back. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you may have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we do reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. And finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful to all listeners, and our CFT president, Julie Sellers, per the bargaining agreement, has longer than the 2-minute limit. Rob, do we have anybody online? Four, okay.
All right, our first, before we invite our first speaker, Holly Miller, you'll have to accept that invite that we sent, or you will miss your time to speak today. Sending that again. And then our first online speaker is going to be Bethany Weber. Bethany, you can go ahead and unmute your camera and microphone and begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm calling today to speak
Bethany,
about
hold on 1 second. I'm going to have you restart, okay?
Oh, right.
Okay, Bethany, try again, please.
Yeah, I'm calling today. I'm speaking on the iReady printed on the report cards. I'm very concerned about the negative social emotional impact of this policy as it targets students with learning differences. I'm concerned about bullying specifically. Report cards are sent home directly with students, often on a loose paper in a folder. And from my experience, report cards are read by students first. So imagine reading for the first time that you're doing great on your grades, but you read a line that says third grader reading at his first grade level. And yet again reminded of your deficits. And then imagine not having strong reading skills and handing your report card to a friend and reading the narrative, having them read that narrative line back to you, saying, and reading your deficits out loud. So words are powerful, and I think the single line narrative will essentially out any child with a learning difference, impacting self-esteem and potentially increasing bullying, all initiated by the school. We've worked really hard to integrate students with learning differences and reduce shame, provide accommodations for success, and house a student to feel motivated to continue putting effort into learning at school when they may never seen that single line narrative improve. Standardized testing is not equitable for all students, does not demonstrate true intelligence or how well a student is learning. It is simply a tool. And I feel the single line will lead to more negative than positive. And when the school is already has access to a single report that they can simply send home to parents directly, separate from report cards. iReady has a report that can be sent home directly. And I think that's a better solution than printing it on a report card. At the minimum, I think it's important that we have an opt-out for parents who are concerned and do not want students to feel deflated or shamed because of their learning difference on a report card that's sent home. I hope that the school board will take this up in future policy meetings to address the impact that this new policy will have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Clayton Adams. Clayton, you can go ahead and unmute your camera and microphone. And you can begin when you're ready.
All right, good morning, members of the board, President Craig and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Clayton Adams, and I have two children that attend Dater Montessori. I'm here to speak today about this board's rush decision to add iReady test scores to report cards, despite minimal parent and staff feedback. Although I am a staff member, my public comment today will be coming from a place as a Montessori parent. My first point is Montessori is designed around whole child growth, not test scores. Montessori education emphasizes mastery of individual pace, intrinsic motivation, multi-age classrooms, hands-on and concrete learning before abstract. So a standardized computer adaptive assessment like iReady reduces the rich development journey to a single scaled number. A Montessori report card should reflect growth in independence, curiosity, collaboration, and mastery of skills, not primarily a percentage ranking from a computer program. Standardized tests capture a narrow slice of intelligence. iReady measures reading and math performance at a specific moment. It does not measure executive functioning, social development, creativity, problem solving, practical life skills, emotional regulation. So when we elevate iReady scores to report card status, we risk signaling to families that this is a narrow measure, that this narrow measure matters more than broader developmental goals. Montessori is designed to nurture. I also think putting test scores on report cards changes what families believe is most important. Montessori education is supposed to protect children from premature academic competition, not formalize it. Standardized scores often reflect developmental timing more than true ability. Montessori respects readiness. iReady does not. I guess my final point here is we understand the district's need for data. However, placing iReady scores on report cards elevates a single standardized metric above holistic developmental assessments model that the Montessori education is built upon. We urge the board to consider.
Time.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. That's a pretty cool tone, right? A little 2-minute tone there, Rob.
I like that one better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Miller. Holly Miller, you can unmute your camera and microphone and start when you're ready. Holly Miller, you can unmute your camera and microphone and start when you're ready. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Mara Sampson. You can go ahead and unmute your camera and microphone. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposal to include iReady scores on student report cards. I share the district's goal of keeping families informed, and I agree that parents deserve transparency about student learning. My concern is not about assessment itself, but what iReady scores actually measure and how those results are communicated. iReady is often understood as showing whether a student is on grade level. However, by its own design, it does not work that way. For example, using iReady's own published national norms and own published grade level cut scores, when students complete the fall diagnostic in November, approximately 80 to 85% of kindergartners nationally score below grade level. This does not mean that most kindergartners are behind. It means that benchmark for on grade level assumes mastery of skills many students have not yet been taught. When scores like this appear on report cards, they are very likely to be misinterpreted as judgments of progress rather than tools intended to guide instruction. I'm speaking both as a parent of 2 children who use iReady and as a professional who works with children's data and child development. In my own family, iReady results have not consistently aligned with learning. From fall to winter, my younger daughter completed all the required math minutes, followed her My Path, and passed all of them with strong scores. Her iReady assessment showed 0 growth. Meanwhile, my older daughter struggled through many lessons, yet her score increased by approximately 15 points. When children's effort, engagement, and day-to-day learning don't align with what the assessment seems to show, it raises important questions about what the score represents and how much weight it should carry in decision-making. I'm also concerned about the emotional impact. Children talk, they compare scores, they worry. My older daughter is currently 2 points away from being considered on grade level. Labeling her as below grade level on a report card based on such a narrow margin would undermine her confidence without providing meaningful instructional insight. Parents need information, but they also need to know specifically how to help their child in concrete terms. If the district moves forward,
Time.
thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to try one more time. Holly Miller, if you can unmute your camera and microphone, we'll invite you to the meeting. Holly Miller. To the chair? No response.
Okay, well, let's, in the interest of fairness, if she happens to come back on while our hearing of the public, then we will try to accommodate. Just let me know, Rob. First up, we have Brad Smith. And then Julie Sellers will be after that. We only have 2.
At the one in the corner there.
Good morning, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a constituent and a CFT field representative. I'd like to take a moment to respond to a recent op-ed from a paid parent group taking money from the Farmer Family Foundation, a group known to push school privatization, that attacks teachers and supports the narrative that standardized tests are the end-all be-all in education. In my second year in CPS, I was teaching middle school at Rockdale. I had a group of students who 8% had passed the proficiency test the year before. I was asked to identify 40 students that I could work with to help pass the test. By the time I got to student 20, I had pulled students who scored below 350, cut score was 400. My passage rate didn't go up all that much, but when I looked at the data, every single one of my students made a minimum of a 20-point jump. Most made 40 to 50-point jumps. Well, if a student scores 320 and jumps 50 points, they're still not proficient. And so I'm kind of confused because by this op-ed, I should fail that student. That doesn't seem right, because that's what that suggests. Teachers assign grades based on the work students do. A student who shows substantial growth in the year should be encouraged and rewarded, not shunned because they're still not on grade level. Grades should not be tied to 48 multiple choice, once a year standardized tests that have been proven to do nothing more than identify how many low-income students your school serves. Teachers are not the enemy. Teachers welcome students each year who are at varying levels of proficiency. Teachers work hard to ensure every student in their classroom succeeds and communicate regularly with parents. To suggest teachers are protecting the status quo is disingenuous and meant to demonize the professionals who educate our children. The status quo is the drill and kill approach that focuses solely on raising standardized test scores. It's a nation at risk, no child left behind all over again. Teachers are the ones pushing back against the status quo so they can deliver a rich and rigorous education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker today will be President Sellers. And as a reminder, President Sellers does not have the 2-minute limit. Rob, really quickly before President Sellers speaks, are we finished online?
Holly did try to jump back in. You want to try again? Before we do that?
Just give it to Phyllis. She'll give it to us. That way we don't have to trip over everything. We'll try it one more time.
Holly, I'm going to unmute your camera as I've locked it, and then we are going to try to unmute your audio again, and you can try again. You have 2 minutes.
We can't hear. We can't hear you.
Okay, hi, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my name's Holly Miller. I'm a parent of a Gamble Montessori High School student. I'm calling to let the board know that I received word on Monday that federal agents were at the Children's Hospital Medical Center and that my daughter's records had possibly been compromised by federal agents. I received a phone call at 5:40 p.m. last night from the endocrinologist who has been treating my daughter, offering her gender affirming care at the hospital. They have shut down the transgender clinic at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. They are denying gender affirming care. Again, this was federal agents. The hospital is pretty much gagged at this point. I have spoken to records. I have a call into Greg Landsman. I am going public with this today. But my message to this board is that ICE is here in our city. Federal agents are here in our city. And if they can obtain records at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, we would be naive to think that they are not coming to our schools to retrieve records from our students. I urge this board to pass resolutions today to protect staff and students. We need ICE protocols in place. We need training. We need guidance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And President Sellers.
Good morning, members of the board, Treasurer Guston and Superintendent Murphy. I have a packet of information concerning putting the report card, reading and math levels on the report card that is separate from the standards. Number one, iReady is not aligned to the state standards. And that is something that we need to make sure that we are focusing on. Are we, as a district, focusing on standards, or are we focusing on curriculum? But iReady is not aligned to the state standards. So CFT, we are writing to express concerns about the proposal to include a one-time standardized benchmark test score directly on a student report card. While assessment data can be useful for instructional planning and family awareness, displaying a single test score as part of a permanent academic record is not only misleading, educationally sound, but it's unnecessary. Report cards are intended to communicate a student's overall learning progress and mastery of standards over time. A one-time test score does not do that. It reflects performance on a single day and is influenced by factors such as stress, health, language access, and test familiarity. Presenting this snapshot alongside course grades risks confusing families and overstating the meaning of the score. This issue highlights the important distinction between a summative and a formative assessment. If anybody needs descriptions of the difference of those two types of assessments, you can talk to any teacher. Summative assessments evaluate learning at the conclusion of instruction and should reflect multiple measures of student work over time. Formative assessments, such as iReady, are tools for improvement. They guide instruction, identify areas for growth, and support student progress. Most benchmark or standardized tests function primarily as formative tools, and the results require interpretation. Using grade level labels can be especially misleading. For example, iReady. The designation on grade level does not necessarily reflect comprehensive reading or math proficiency, and it does not measure deeper skills such as reasoning, comprehension in depth, problem solving, or creativity. Like many computer-based assessments, iReady can misclassify students, particularly those near cut scores or those affected by testing conditions, fatigue, or digital access issues. Relying on iReady or similar tools alone, especially for high-stakes decisions or public reporting, is not supported by any independent research. Displaying these results on a report card treats formative, imperfect data as if it were a definitive judgment of a student learning. This is particularly concerning for younger students, students with disabilities, English learners, and students from historically underserved communities who are more likely to be negatively affected by a one-time high-pressure assessment. It is also important to recognize that the teaching profession has evolved based on research and experience. Major education research organizations, including the National Academy of Sciences and the American Educational Research Association and the National Council on the Measurement in Education, have consistently cautioned against using standardized test scores as indicators of individual student learning or overall academic performance. In plain terms, these groups have found that standardized tests were never designed to give a parent a complete or fair picture of how a child is doing in school. Long-standing issues such as cultural bias, limited validity for individual evaluation, and weak alignment with daily classroom learning are why educators rely on multiple measures, not a single test score. When reporting student progress, there is a fiscal consideration. Modifying report card systems to embed one-time test scores involves software changes. There will probably be additional vendor costs, staff time, training, and ongoing maintenance. These resources would be better directed towards instructional support that actually improves student outcomes. Beyond these practical concerns, it is important to acknowledge the broader context in which this proposal exists. Across the country, selective and decontextualized test scores are frequently used to undermine confidence in public education, portray schools as failing, and justify policies that divert resources away from public schools rather than strengthening them. Including a one-time test score on a report card without context or evidence of growth risks reinforcing that narrative. As a district, we should be cautious not to adopt practices that contribute to efforts to discredit teachers and public education. If the district's goal is to help families truly understand how their students are doing academically, the most effective and meaningful approach is direct communication between families and educators. Parent-teacher conferences allow teachers to explain student progress in context, discuss strengths and challenges, share multiple sources of evidence, and collaborate with families on the next step in a way no single test score can. To ensure these conversations are equitable and effective, conferences must be accessible to families. This includes providing interpretation and translation services, offering flexible scheduling for working families, and maintaining virtual or hybrid options when needed. Strengthening these supports does far more to build trust and understanding than adding a one-time test score to a report card. If the district still wishes to provide access to assessment data, a more responsible and cost-effective option would be to include a link on the report card directing families to a secure portal such as where they go for on Focus to see the report cards, or an assessment report, where test data can be viewed with appropriate explanation and context. This preserves transparency while avoiding misinterpretation and keeps report cards focused on the learning over time. I urge the board to reject the inclusion of one-time test scores on report cards and instead adopt practices that support clarity, fiscal responsibility, equity, and public confidence in our schools. Our policy should strengthen public education, not inadvertently support agencies and agendas that undermine it. Thank you for your time and consideration. I have all of footnotes from all of the sources of the research, but I also want to let you know that in the packet that you are receiving today, I have an example of what an iReady report is that is sent to parents of the children with their scores. It is very detailed. It gives suggestions like discuss these results with your child, understand key terms, reach out to the teacher. It gives them examples of questions to talk about at the next parent conference. This report is 3 pages and it's very detailed. It's in very easy to understand parent language. And this is something that parents receive currently. It is not a test score that is going to become part of their permanent record on their report card. And you can see the amount of detail that parents are already provided. And maybe we should just give training to parents on how to access these if they are unaware of what their students' progress is. There is also a copy of my December 8th statements that I made to the board. Some of you may not have had a copy of that, but it is all filled with actual research of why iReady and assessments are not to be used for decision-making on report cards. There is a copy of the op-ed because some of you may not subscribe to the Enquirer, so I included that. And I also included a response to that of a one test score doesn't tell the whole story. Why CPS report cards should reflect learning and not a snapshot of learning. So I hope that this goes back to the policy committee. There was no input from like a full focus group of teachers, but as teachers have been reaching out to me and parents have been reaching out to me, I am telling you that the majority of people within this district with children and employees who are experts in all of this information do not support this practice. It is irresponsible and it's mismanagement on the part of the board to have a policy such as this. And I don't think you want that going down in history, that you were part of something that was negative to our district. So thank you for your time, and I hope you read these because they are full of research. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our hearing of the public, and I'm going to pass it on back to President Craig.
Alrighty. Hopefully we can keep ourselves on schedule here. Up next, we have our presentation. So Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our first presentation today.
Yes, ma'am. Assistant Superintendent Deb Klein is responsible for working with Director Vera Brooks. It looks like Director Vera Brooks is coming to give today's update from our early childhood department.
Good morning.
President Craig, Vice President Offit, board members, Superintendent Murphy, and Treasurer Gessler. It is my privilege to give you a quick overview of all. Is it on now? The light's
Turn the
on.
light on.
Is that it? Okay. Okay. So good morning, everyone, again. So it's my privilege to give you a quick update on all the great work that's happening in early childhood preschool. So next slide, please. So we are very, very pleased that we are able to offer a wide range of preschool experiences to families within the perimeter of the CPS boundaries. Parents have choice. Parents have opportunities through multiple ways to make sure that we are laying a sound foundation for our children. We are currently at 39 schools throughout the CPS boundaries, and you can see that we have a variety of Head Start, Expansion Montessori, and preschool disabilities classrooms. We continue to focus in on our registration enrollment. We do register and enroll throughout the school year. You will see we went January to January to January because we are not at the end of this instructional year yet. You will see a little bit of a decrease. We were informed over the years, the last couple of years through Children's, that there has been a lower birth rate. So that has had some impact, but percentage-wise, we are maintaining, and we are so pleased that our families are selecting CPS, which is a high-quality program with gold medals, and we are maintaining our gold medals with Department of Children and Youth to continue to offer opportunities for our families. We also have the opportunity to provide families with a variety of funding sources. So we can combine funding sources, we can have just one funding source, but there is opportunity to make sure that we can meet the needs of all parents and all families. I do want to reach and give a lot of credit to our collaboration with other departments in our district to help us maintain, especially Treasurer's Office, to help us maintain these grants. It is a lot, but they are wonderful in helping us make sure we stay in compliance and that we are providing high-quality services to all of our families. Attendance. Attendance is a very, very important. And even though our attendance is not part of the report card, we are the foundation for helping students and families learn how important attendance is. We do have a tiered system collaborating within the schools that we also have, of course, our social workers in the building and our teachers that reach out to families, but we also have 2 early childhood social workers that every week monitor that attendance throughout the district and collaborate with the school social workers and teachers to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the families. It may be a family that may need to be connected with another service to make sure that they're able to get to the preschool. It may be a child that is in children's that we needed to help support in another way to make sure that they are still receiving their services. So attendance is one of our priorities, and between our social workers and our family service assistants that are in our school buildings, working with those teachers daily and talking with families continuously, we are hoping that we will continue to lay that foundation for lifelong learning of being good attendants throughout their career. And this one, I'm going to ask for Mr. Hoying to join me.
Good call on that one.
Been around for a while, you guys.
And we thankfully have another seat with the mic, so we can just join.
Yes, or I can share my mic.
We planned it.
Yeah, we can share. Do you want to?
No, I got it.
Okay.
That's dangerous, don't do that.
Good morning. Wanted to share an update about a new piece of legislation that was passed earlier this month. House Bill 114, which has now been signed into law by the governor, changes the date, the cutoff date that schools in Ohio must use for starting kindergartners at 5 years old. So the former rule that CPS has followed for a long time, consistent with the law, has been that we have allowed parents to start their child in kindergarten as long as they reach the age of 5 by September 30 of the year that they enroll. And HB 114 makes a uniform rule across the state that school districts must use the first day of the school year, that the child must reach the age of 5 by the first day of the district school year to enroll in kindergarten. This applies immediately into the 26-27 school year, so for the kindergarten class entering in August of 2026. On its own, this provision is not objectionable to the district. We don't have any objection to starting kids who are slightly older, and that's not a problem. But there is no provision in the law that creates any kind of transition plan, which is particularly problematic for a school district like ours that has such a robust early childhood and preschool program. So consider that right now we have 4-year-olds enrolled in their second year of preschool who enrolled properly. They enrolled according to our rule that they would have reached 3 or 4 by September 30. But will not be eligible for kindergarten this August when they were expecting to enroll their children into kindergarten. The same is true for our 3-year-old class of preschoolers. We have 3-year-olds who enrolled this year, will do their first year of preschool this year, their second year of preschool next year, but won't be eligible to enroll in kindergarten in August of 27. This is even more problematic when you consider many of the funding sources that we have for preschool only allow for 2 years of preschool, including, by the way, our own Preschool Promise program is a 2-year program. So our proposed, we've been working a lot on this. We've had a lot of discussions with enrollment, customer service, early childhood, DSS. And our proposal, which we had hoped to share with you on Monday of this week and then have perhaps implemented at the Wednesday policy meeting, both of which were canceled. We do have a policy meeting on Monday. The proposal that is supported by the administration is to utilize another provision of this same statute. I have copies which I'll distribute to you, but Ohio Revised Code 3321.01, which establishes these rules, also provides an opportunity for school districts to offer early admittance to students as long as the district agrees and that they will have reached the age of admittance 5 by January 1. So our proposal is to enter those students, if their parents are asking for them to be admitted into kindergarten next year, and they would have met our September 30 deadline, that we would offer early admittance to those students this coming school year. And if the board is agreeable to that, we would present a policy that would change and have the board approve early admittance for those students.
Say it again.
Okay. We will present that on Monday's policy committee meeting, but it will help if the board's generally in agreement, we can start to communicate this out to families. We're getting a lot of questions from families who were expecting to enroll their children in kindergarten this year.
All right. Well, let me do this. Let me pause the presentation because I know there's more slides afterwards, and just open it up to the board if there's any questions, comments. I see Board Member Bolton.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the summary. And I know a number of us have been contacted by families that have been quite concerned about it, rightfully so. And it was actually from those family letters, interestingly enough, that I even found out about the exception. And then, of course, thought, oh, I'll be sure to tell y'all, but you already all knew it. And I know we've talked about it briefly in finance as well. Does this have to be a policy, or could that be an administrative interpretation of our existing policy? Or why does it have to be a policy?
So I'd recommend a policy to
Okay.
make sure that the board is signing off and approving and supportive of this. The language in the statute says that you can offer an early admittance per the board's own rules.
Okay.
And so that's where I'd like to see the board sign off on this as well.
That makes sense. That answers the question for me. I appreciate it. And again, my cynical lens for much of this, I see this as another way to reduce enrollment in public schools and make it more confusing for all the families. And it's just every single thing seems to kind of harken back to that, especially now that preschool, in part because the CPS has taken off to a certain extent in the state of Ohio. And hopefully will continue even though Mr. DeWine is gone. Thank you.
To that point, the rules do not apply to private.
Of course not.
And in addition to that, everybody doesn't have the same start date.
Right.
And so that just puts people at a disadvantage and causes more confusion.
It's obvious.
Other board members? Board Member Armbruster?
I would just say I have two kids in September, so I understand the rule very deeply because I didn't want to start a 4-year-old into kindergarten. So I held both my boys back and out of CPS for preschool because of it. So I do actually understand the rule, and I do appreciate that we are working with the families that have planned so hard for their kids and worked to get their kids into kindergarten in the timeline that they anticipated. So I appreciate your work on this. We've heard from a lot of families. And yeah, I think that we as a board need to reassure our families that we'll do everything we can to support them, and I'm here for that.
Vice President Moffitt?
So I want to say thank you because that was a tricky one, and I think you all kind of dug deep and work our CPS magic so that we are covered. I do think it should be a board adopted at the board level so that it's clear and concise and cannot change with administrations. So that makes me feel really good. For the policy meeting on Monday, I'm really interested in any academic data that we have that could substantiate how we currently do it and how it may change for our littles. Particularly because I think there have been a slew of parents that have prepared, but what do we anticipate is going to be the academic or educational impact by this? Positive or negative? I'm just thinking of it from an academic standpoint.
So may I have a clarification of what academic specifically you're looking for?
I'm not looking for anything specifically other than what would be the impact to our kids. Like what has been, what have we been doing that has been successful, and what do we anticipate, if anything, could be a consequence of this that we need to be kind of aware of for our littles. Because I think parents are really digging deep, but I want us to at least look for any potential areas that we can offset in the future. So for the policy, that's kind of for the policy meeting, since that's on Monday now, and that's where I'm thinking I'd love to have some inquiry from just the educational. I can tell what the state was trying to do, of course, decrease our enrollment, but what should we be looking for? Thank you.
Dr. Moffitt, can I share with you, we 30 days ago were ready to enroll these children into our kindergarten program. So I'm not sure that there would have been any anticipated negative to following a different pathway to get the kids enrolled.
Well, then that's the data. So I'm not
Okay.
looking for anything negative. I'm just
Okay.
looking for the data. I'm not searching for something specific. I'm just wanting to be reassured so that we can reassure parents of what it is. It's not looking for anything adverse. It's just looking for data because the parents have been extremely informative of the exceptions, et cetera. So I want to also just know. So it's not to search for something, I promise. It is just to know.
And then Board Member Mapp.
So I just want to thank you all for your hard work on this and keeping, not only parents informed as well as the parents advocating and keeping us informed. But, you highlighted one of my major concerns, and that was about the transition, stating that we do have a robust early childhood, programming, and to know that there could have potentially been a lapse in those that specifically were already enrolled in preparing to transition into the kindergarten grade band. And so I just thank you for being able to find an alternative solution that obviously still honors, we're still doing what we're supposed to do by law, but there's that provision there that allows us to honor our students and families that we are serving. So thank you.
And I'll be brief with my thoughts on this as well. I mean, I think everyone said a lot of what was coming to my mind. I do think it's somewhat ironic and somewhat backwards in the logic of our state legislatures that having 2 times that you could select as to when you would start enrollment was too inconsistent. So now what parents have to do is pick a school district based on what time they start schools each year, which will be different, a different day every year. So again, I think the other thing that logistically I do raise a little bit of concern around is admitting a student whose birthday is August 16th, 17th into 3rd grade preschool when in a year or 2 years down the line, the start date might be August 20th or the start date might be August 15th, right? Like that presents its own level of challenges and issues that I think we'll have to figure out, which is also maybe why I think we're doing a 2-year calendar this year, but it may be something that the board takes as a directive to do a 2-year out, to try and keep that 2-year out calendar going so that we then could make decisions on when we would allow students into 3rd grade. Because I think that is going to be paramount to where this goes. I think the other part to it, and I think Board Member Bolden said it earlier, the reality it was an effort to keep fewer students into especially large urban public schools. Because I would imagine most of the urban public schools picked September 30th because it was just a better date. Like it's just realistically, you got more kids that way, right? Like it's not a mystery. And while parents could make decisions as to when their child would start, I think now we've taken that control out of their decision-making process and made the decision as to where do I take my kid for those first couple years. The last thing I will say, and I appreciate all the hard work that you all did, and I think this is going to be great to inform the folks. I also want to note that when they did this policy change, or when they did this law change, was after probably most of every district had opened up enrollment.
Sure.
So, part of the concern that a lot of parents were expressing was, hey, even if I have to hold my kid back, does this mean I lose my spot that I've made an effort to, that I was on top of, that I jumped ahead of the game to make sure I got my kid into this kindergarten that I wanted them to go to, and now I'm being, my child's being pulled back. So I appreciate the efforts to do that, to work through the system and the limitations that are there, but to find a resolution. But also, I recognize that the timing of this was also not lost to me as well, right? They didn't pass this in September or August. They passed this basically when everybody was off on break, not paying attention. And so it is somewhat troubling that that's when they decided to make those type of changes. But let's continue on to, I think there's a few more slides in the rest of the presentation here.
Isn't he amazing? Come on.
We'll let Dan go hide back in the back.
I'm excited to share these next couple of slides with you because we are laying the foundation for going into school age. So thank you to Brian Sershin and his team in Innovations that put this together for us very quickly. But this is our KRAR 24-25 district results across different districts within the state of Ohio. And I want to just remind, we do roll up a lot of students that have had 1 or 2 years of a CPS preschool with a highly qualified teacher, para, student service assistant, along with other services provided to them. So happy to see green is good. So we like green. That we, other than Columbus, there was a 1.8% difference, that we are making a significant impact on our kindergarten population. The next slide then breaks it down more into on track for literacy, because language and literacy has been a focus in our preschool programs for the last couple of years. Even pre-COVID, we started about 2018, 2019, really putting a focus in on how we can fill the gaps. We added not only our state adopted curriculum with creative curriculum, but also Heggerty and some other support services to help our children and help our families help their children at home. So we are pleased to see we lost ground during that COVID period, but we are regaining it. So we're very pleased with that, and we're pleased to see that we are staying competitive, if not higher than the other major districts throughout the state. The next is a very interesting slide that we like. This is CPS third grade OST as of May 2025, data by experience. So if a child, we had 693 students that were with us in preschool, that once they hit third grade, they had the average ELA score of 709. So their average ELA proficiency level was 2.8. Now, there is an influx of other students into kindergarten, but my goal is that we get above kindergarten. But this was an exciting slide for you to see over time that what we are doing in Cincinnati Public Schools is truly innovative and truly is making an impact on our children and their families. Oh, okay. So with that, I want to take you into some of the work that school sites and our department, as a support to the school sites, has initiated this year, beginning last year, to be in alignment with the K-12 programming, and that is progress monitoring. So we have created pathways for our preschool staff to now be integrated and embedded and a part and engaging within the schoolhouse themselves to really address each individual school's areas. So we look at the Schools One plan, we're participating in data meetings, we're collaborating on the goals of the school and the district at the school sites, and we're focusing in on instruction to align with our K-3 instruction. So we have really worked on this year, and we're very grateful to a lot of the principals and the teachers that have embraced us as we've approached them saying, we're just asking you to try this, let's see how it goes, that we are working on a weekly basis, daily basis, and in those classrooms to help our preschool staff acquire more understanding and knowledge of that progress monitoring, not just our 3 TS Gold benchmarks we have to do for the state, but that in between time. And so they have worked with their K-1 teams to say, okay, this is a gap. And then they are progress monitoring the specific standards, because all of our standards do align starting at age 3 all the way up through grade 3. So this is an example of the template that we've modeled after curriculum, and then we have adapted it a little bit. Credit to the Euler team that let us use theirs as an example of how they're progress monitoring. We've asked staff to do it at least once a month, but we have some teachers that have taken off with it, that they're doing it every 2 weeks. So they're doing those spot checks to make sure that what they're giving as instruction is meeting the needs of the kids where they're at, especially when they're breaking out into what we call center time. Okay. We are very, very proud of our collaboration with Student Dining, and we are so grateful for Student Dining because not only are we able to provide our children with breakfast and lunch, but we also have a wonderful health and nutrition specialist, Renee Huff, who works with Student Dining with our CACFP snack program. So all of our children also receive a snack daily, and it's a nutritional snack. And thank you to all their hard work. We are able to sustain it, that it is no cost to the district. So you see we're at 66,000. That's because we're only in January. It will be up to the higher amount at the end. But we are very proud of that because it is giving all of our children who are with us full day an opportunity to remain healthy throughout the CACFP snack program. Also, in collaboration, this one we're very thrilled about because this one was new this year, through our health and nutrition specialist and our ECE nurse. We are up to date on our screenings. The first one you are seeing is Head Starts. We must do all Head Start students first within the first 45 days. So even though it says non-Head Starts, the percentages seem less. It's because we are currently doing those now. We will be at our 98 or higher percent by the end of the year. And we are very grateful to Woodward Career Tech Health Science Technology Pathway because they partnered with us this year, and they have students that are working with our ECE nurse that actually go out into our preschools, and they're learning how to do the screenings and helping the nurse do the screenings. So it's showing that collaboration between high school, and they're receiving credit for getting on-the-job training practice of doing the screenings. So we're very pleased and happy about that one. We're also very pleased that we launched at the end of last year with a lot of help from Assistant Superintendent Klein, our Canvas page. So we are in the groove with all the other grade levels. So we do have our own Canvas page and everyone has access to it. And this is an area where teachers, paraprofessionals, principals can go to look for resources. If they need to order something, instead of trying to call us and say, I need, they can go on this Canvas page, put in that I need construction paper or I need a new dramatic play for instruction. They can order it and we're able to expedite and get things in the classroom sooner. It also has all our curriculum, all their registration enrollment, and their tiers of support for SEL. So we can help and support in the classroom more. So we're very thrilled about our Canvas. And our last, and love this page, our connection to community through partnerships. We have wonderful, wonderful partnerships. I could go through each of these and tell you how great. This week I had a meeting with the head of the literacy lab, and we thought of new ways of how we can expand that. And towards the pathway, we have Mission to Move, of course, CPP, Adopt a Class. I'm very proud that my team is actually a third grade class at AWL. We're having a ball. They're really great kids. But even, Project, we just have, our partnerships are amazing. We could not do our work without them. So we thank you, and that is the end of my update.
All righty. We'll reopen it back up to board members with all the wonderful, lovely news there. So I see board member Matt stand first, so I'll go to board member Matt.
Thank you. So I do want to go back to just a question around HB 114, and it's really just a process, kind of operational question. Maybe not all the way formalized, but with us having the provision date for January 1, would this impact anything pertaining to the funding sources? Or does there need to be any alignment with, those funding sources? And so I'm just curious about that.
There has been discussions with all of our grantees, like Head Start, ECE grant. They're figuring this out also. I think, and Dan, jump in with the master agreement with CPP, that could be adjusted with your all's
Okay.
recommendations and your approval. It will, no matter what we do, it will impact hopefully a very small amount of families. We are trying to find ways where we can combine different grants, that if we did need to go a third year, we could
Okay.
for a child. That's been a great discussion we've been having with the ECE grant. So we've already started looking at what could we adjust, what could we work on and still be within total compliance with laws. We are starting our enrollment in returning child packets February 1st. So
Okay.
we're going full steam ahead.
Okay.
We've already had families that are reaching out to us, and we want to make sure that they are receiving everything we can possibly give them.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you for that. And if you all could just continue to share, I guess, how that's rolling out.
Board Member Mapp, I'm glad you asked that question, because one of the areas that still kind of concerns me is, let's say a family moved to Cincinnati for the first time in November, and their child turned 5 October 1st. So I am concerned not only about enrollment and not only about the finances, but I'm not turning that child away, right? So it's a lot to think about and a lot to process. I think it would have it's going to have an impact one way or the other on our school district. And so we want to try to have your support, and I know we will, to mitigate whatever kind of adverse consequences to this conversation could happen.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to lose families
Families,
because
right.
they can possibly go enroll somewhere outside of CPS. And then there's the question and maybe this is more for Monday, but the question for me of, what if there's a child who's in another private provider and wants CPS? There's just,
Yeah, I know it's a lot that obviously trying to, think through and kind of think about alternative, solutions. So I do thank you all for doing that, and just looking forward to just hearing how it continuously, rolls out. So yeah, that was just something that came up for me in terms of like, what will be the impact with families being able to have access as it pertains to those funding sources. And then the other question is around Haggerty. And you talked about during the COVID years, obviously we saw a decline. I am interested, and this is just my own thoughts about it, I am interested in being able to see what that dip looked like during the COVID years and how we are seeing that increase now as it relates to being able to be back in school, not having any type of interruptions, and how effective Haggerty is. And I'm really asking because I'm thinking about my own children, right? I have a child that was in kindergarten during COVID, and I have, and then since my youngest, he's had the 2 years of preschool, kindergarten, and so I'm noticing the difference. So I would be curious to know what what it looks like in comparison.
We can do that.
Yeah,
And realize Haggerty is a supplemental.
Yeah.
And we're training all of our teachers, and they do a great job with it, that we do all the levels based on where the child is at. So,
Yeah, but I do know that what my son's teacher, that was something that was really, I think, pushed in his preschool class, and to see the growth. So I'm just curious to know what that would look like across the district.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Board Member Armbruster.
Thank you. I would just say on HB 114, how do you say that? I don't know. It is Saturday, you guys. I understand the frustration. Having the state put us at a disadvantage is incredibly frustrating. But I would encourage us to look at this as no different than if we changed our own policy, right? We would have to make adjustments to families. We would have, we set the date at September 30th before we had families that were born in October that were talking to us, right? So, and let's just plow ahead with, we're gonna solve it. It's gonna be okay, even though it came from some place of resentment because of the government trying to put us at a disadvantage. Let's continue to look at it as an opportunity to engage our families and find a way to move forward with positivity, because we can't change it. So, and then I actually had a question for you. I love the engagement we have on the health screenings. Do we have a program in the district for early childhood education where we're bringing in any of our high school students to have experience in the classrooms?
We have started with, if you can go to the partnership page with us. We do with the Literacy Lab, that is a pipeline. In fact, we've hired a couple of the fellows this year into early childhood classrooms as paraprofessionals, as their goal is to go back and get their degree to become teachers. We also have partnered with Student Services with their program, and I'm going to ask Amy to help me down at virtual. It's the 18 to 22-year-olds. What is it?
Aspire.
The Aspire program, that they are doing things for us to learn job skills. I would love to explore that because there is a definite need.
Other board members? We'll go to Board Member Bolden.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation. I think it's very impressive, and it hits some of the right tones too as to what we're interested in knowing more about. I appreciate it. Wanted to just say that over historically, if I can, with the creation of, since certainly the creation of Head Start, there's been no other school district that has actually been a leader in this state more than CPS in early childhood. Partly because we can look at that, not only while we fully engaged ourselves with Head Start in the mid-'60s, when there was some hesitancy elsewhere, but regardless of type of district or size of district, CPS has led in kindergarten, full day, half day, with our local taxpayers paying for that service, because there's not the state funding that went with early childhood, kindergarten, half or full. So to me, this is sort of you're continuing a tradition and you're still innovating. To me, I think you have a tradition of excellence, and because all of our classrooms are gold or whatever it is that we do now or say, and have been since the inception of the rating. And so you're innovating as well as honoring the tradition. And this has to become much more part of our narrative, Superintendent. This has to be part of our narrative, that leadership and also some of the results that you're getting. And then if you top it off with the last report card, that we meet state standards in readiness, I kind of like those two post holes, if you will. So congratulations, I think it's great. And I'll say this, and I'll say it in a meaningful way, I hope. In large part, it's due to the people in your group and the people that preceded you in both leadership, but very much so, very much credit to you as well.
Thank you. But it's the team and it's the people that are
I
in
know
the
it's a team.
The best leaders always thank their team first, right?
That's right.
Vice President Moffitt.
So I want to go to slide 9, if you will. I have asked for this data and you gave it to me. You've given it to me along the way, but you formally presented it today. And I want to say thank you for that, because this is a question that was asked a lot last year around the levy and passing that. And it was actually asked, if I'm very transparent, in a smart aleck way of people trying to discredit the work that we're doing. And every time I come to you, like, Vera, this is what they asked. And you give me the data and I take it back and they have nothing to say.
That's right.
So I'm very glad that we formalized it this time, and whatever you need to support, I'm happy to do. It is just formalizes that our kids' preschool is so beneficial. Not only do I know it as a parent, but the data is right here, and I'm really big on data. So, so thank you for that.
Well, I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Klein for the slide, because she helped me navigate through it.
Good.
And Jeremy for helping us get the data. So.
Well, thank
yeah,
the team.
yeah,
Just
they are.
thank everybody.
They're great.
We're gonna
It's a great team
for
over
real.
here.
This is, I mean, this is actually bigger than people may realize, because
Yes, it is.
This is very huge.
Huge.
The other thing I wanted to do is kind of amend my request for Monday. And I was thinking of it from an educational standpoint, but we've talked about data that is exactly what I'm asking about through this conversation. So I just want us to be prepared around House Bill 114. Rob, I don't know what slide that was, it was earlier. But I'd like for us to get some of the impact to the district. Academically, you talked about it financially, you talked about it with regard to enrollment here, just briefly. So that's the data that I'm thinking of now and wanting for Monday's meeting with regard to policy. What are some of the impact to the district that we, as board members, since this is going to be a board policy, what can we be prepared for? So it's not just educationally, but it is around enrollment. It is around financial, and so that to me, in more totality, seems realistic that we as board members should be aware of. So that's the request to amend my original request for Monday. Thank you. Thank you for all you guys do. I love the land of the littles. That's what I call them, the land of the littles, and that is my favorite spot. So the work that you're doing is super impactful, and I want to thank you, and everybody in that department.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you all for your support.
I'll be really quick.
Okay. I keep trying to get to
Yeah, I know. You keep trying to disappear, right? That's what people do when they come up and present. I will say, I just want to hit on two things. One is I thought the Woodward Career Tech Health Science Technology pathway, it's on the screen, so I could just read it, is actually an example of how we can rethink how our high schools work.
Thank you.
And I think this is something Board Member Bolton said. I think I've said it before as well. But if we rethink the school day for even our just 12th graders, maybe, but even in some ways our 11th and 12th graders, there's opportunities within the district, even for them to be supportive, to learn, and to gain skills. And I think some ways that can also be part of the discussion we gave as a task with regards to expanding our career tech opportunities within there. There may be things that we can think about and envision as to what are opportunities even in the health care world, right? What are opportunities in facilities or wherever the folks might be able to volunteer and spend time in the district and get internships within the district. So we're also able to make sure that they're staying safe. Because I do know there's an interest and there's a desire to give opportunities for them to go work and be in other places. And I think those are important also. But there's a lot of ways we can utilize folks. And I know there's some departments that are already doing that.
Okay, yeah.
Throughout the day. I know there's some folks. I was up on the second floor and people were like, yeah, so we got this in, sir. I said, where's our in, sir? We're going to work on that. We're going to work on that. But I do think there's an opportunity to expand the places and the ways that we utilize, even in providing some of the resources and needs in our early childhood classrooms and stuff, whether it's someone who can walk with the students and make sure they go to lunch and breakfast and that type of thing, or the afternoon, allowing them to go when they're being when they're leaving school, and like those type of things where you have somebody who's able to monitor and help and assist. There's a great space for that. So I look forward to hearing more about those ways that we can do that going forward. The second thing I will say, early childhood health screenings are so vastly important for a myriad of reasons, but most important in our district because we also provide a lot of resources at some of our schools, and we're continuing to expand that. So we're able to recognize when a student has, for instance, a visual impairment. So do we recognize when a student may have some general health concern that maybe we're not going to see on a regular basis if we're not in that same space? Maybe they're not getting certain healthcare treatments at home in the same way that every child we'd want every child to have, and be able to see those things and experience those things in our district actually has an exponential value. Because I know when we were at Euler, I think it was a couple years ago now, when we were there with the secretary, one of the things they talked about is the ability to be able to walk a kid down here and say, why are you squinting?
That's right.
So you squint all the time. Let's walk on down here, get you a vision test. Let's see what's going on here. Like the ability to do that in our school district is tremendous, right? It is. I think the same thing for dental, right? Like that same way if child's not eating, they're not getting nutrition. Now we figure out why they're not eating. I think that's also the hard work that many of the teachers and the folks in the classrooms have been doing for a long time. And so I just want to acknowledge that's part of how our system has worked, is that we don't just sit there and say, this child is not learning. We say, why? And I think that's a big part of the early childhood education part as well. So I appreciate all the hard work you all are doing on the health screenings and continue to want to keep expanding ways we can assist in that as we think about our school district and our high schools going forward.
Thank you.
Now you're free to leave. Superintendent Murphy, would you like to introduce our next presentation?
Yes, sir. So, board, a couple of weeks ago, we had a few families reach out to us about this particular bus stop and made a request that we possibly change it to Nicked Street and Thompson Avenue. Mr. Burkhart and his team did go out and survey both bus stops, and they also agreed that this would be a good and helpful change to our families. And we're bringing this to you today, hoping for your support because we do have to ask the board to approve all bus stops. Board President Craig did allow us to bring it today as opposed to waiting until your February meeting to try to accommodate families.
I think we added the updated slide. I think Rob had the updated slide, so we have the picture. So folks can see exactly where
wonderful
the bus stop will be. And that's totally because of Chief Burkhart
Wonderful.
and the superintendent. So,
Chief Burkhart.
board member thoughts. Yeah. Board member Matt.
No thoughts really. I do know that I would share this information too, so I just appreciate you all working on this and making it a safer location for families and students.
I would just second that appreciate the change and appreciate the community reaching out and not only saying there's a problem and explaining why, but also they presented some alternatives. And I think that's great. And there's very few things more important, and yet we look at some of that early vote about bus stops as kind of rudimentary and routine, but in the end, it's actually quite important. So it's state law that we have to approve them. So thanks to the administration. I drove out there and I saw what people were really talking about. And the interesting thing too is they were talking about addresses that were close to the original one, that we have to enter into thinking more about that sort of thing. We need more help from, I think, CPD in helping us with some of our bus stops. So it's not just a physical issue, but also another part of the possible threat. So thank you.
All right. Well, this does require a vote from the board. So do I have a motion?
So move.
We're in your head.
All right. Well, let's let the treasurer get caught.
Right.
Come on, turn that page.
So we,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffett,
Yes.
President Craig.
yes. All right. The bus stop's approved.
Thank you.
All righty. So we will now, trying to go to my agenda here, sorry. So we'll now turn this discussion over to talk about our budget, potential levy concerns or thoughts, and as well as some discussion around enrollment. So we'll start with our budget with Treasurer Guston.
Thank you, President Craig. Rob, if you'll go to the next slide. So I'll use this as a talking point because I think this is kind of like yes. Love Gemini, love AI, but this is kind of my life. This is my life. The big point as we go through this, I think there's budget slides, there's levy slides. A lot of the information could fit in either conversation, or really one in the same conversation in some regards. I also think from sitting through a lot of strategic plan discussion yesterday, there's a lot of overlap there as well. We'll get to that later in the agenda, but a lot of overlap. I think, my goal today is try to kind of level set for the board. I know we've had conversations at budget financing growth that may be a little more in depth. There are different conversations going on, different activities. Wanted to give everyone kind of a level set as we go into the budget season, So we're all at kind of the same spot. You go to the next slide, Rob. You can see kind of what's been going on. This was the slide I had as a teaser for today on Monday's agenda. But you can see there's a lot going on from the administration level. Obviously, we want to thank our principals, thank our union partners. We've had a lot of conversations even this week about, school staffing, those sort of things, Title I, all those things are going on. If you go to the next slide, Rob, first part of the budget, I think, is setting the budget target. So that's kind of your first big picture is how much money do we have to budget next year? Our current target is 634.2, and we set that at the October forecast. We will have a chance to update that at the end in about 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks exactly. The February 23rd meeting will be doing the 5-year, or actually the budget and 3-year forecast now. Some habits die hard. So that'll be a formal chance for us. Saving 5-year forecast dies hard, but it is the budget and 3-year forecast. And so we'll have a very formal presentation about that. We can look at all of our revenue trends, our anticipated stuff, and the board gets a chance to approve that forecast. That will update our revenue target. And that kind of builds the box. We're thinking in the puzzle analogy, and part of the budget discussion every year is what analogy we use. Treasurer Wagner was big on the water bottle. So I don't have one, Superintendent has one, and she used to say, once the water bottle's full, you can't put any more water in. I don't know, we used the pyramid last year for a little bit, so picking the analogy of the year is important. But the big update will be setting the target at the end of next month. We will have another chance to do a slight tweak once we get all the property tax settlement stuff in. That's probably April. Generally, things don't change. High level is our budget target for next year is going to be equal to the revenue. That's just remember that. So we are at a point where what we take in is what we have to spend. If you go next, yes, and that's it. And I'm gonna show you why, Miss Matt. So if you go to the next slide, Rob, this is kind of cool. This is 12 years of revenue and expenditure, taken straight off our 5-year forecast. So for folks in the public who may be watching, 5-year forecast is really a guiding document for finances. Every district has to do it, so you can compare districts across districts. It is very standardized, so there's no financial games. Everyone has to do it the same way. And so you can see over the course of time, blue is revenue, red is expenditures. We are getting to a point of flattening. We had years in the past where we had more revenue than expenses. We've had years where we've had more expenses than revenues. Those numbers are coming together. The gray line is our cash balance. And unfortunately, you can see that continues to dip. If you go to the next slide, Rob, if we just look at cash balances, it's a little scarier slide. But these are our cash balances, including our estimate of where we expect to end this year. So the takeaway is we don't have cash reserves to dip into. So we have to live with the revenue that we have. One more slide. This is a good example of all of our other funds. So our local funds aren't just general fund. There's other funds out there. Thank you, Ms. Bolton, for bringing this up from time to time, and she has. And you can see there we have made efforts to spend those funds. We've continued. You can see the 3-year change. We went from a balance of over almost 15 million to about 8.5. And rightfully so. Like, some of these things should be spent. You can do some really good things with these funds. They're also very limited. The permanent improvement fund can only go to permanent improvements, and our facilities team has done a great job of using that. School supplies fund is where we used to put the district-wide school fees that we collected, which we do not do that anymore. And you can see that fund continues to decrease in balance as those things are spent out. So that's kind of the revenue side. If you want to go to the next one, Rob. Then we talk about building the expenditure budget. So I am not going to talk about cuts this year, but what I'm going to talk about are choices. So as we go to the revenue side, there are choices to be made. They will probably be difficult choices, as they always are. And so the expenditure budget really is about those choices. We have some choices on the revenue side. We have a big choice probably that we'll talk about in the next section. But a lot of those choices are made from us, from the state, from the federal government. So on the expenditure side, you're looking at, school budgets are really student-based. They continue to be student-based. So we look at enrollment projections, and that builds out the number of teachers, the number of principals, APs, clerical staff, all of those things. There's some other things that are kind of more building-based, your number of security, your number of custodians, those sort of things. We also do what we call preloads for the schools. So these are allocations that are, again, based on the number of students, but those are things like your number of subs, the amount of money you can spend on substitutes for your building, the amount of money we spend to make copies, which is always a controversial issue, and those sort of things. We are at the point where staffing has been given to the schools. Many schools filed appeals based on their individual school circumstances. Those appeals have been reviewed and those decisions have been communicated back. So that's where the schools are at. At the same time, we're trying hard to do central office budgets at the same time, so we don't have this concept where central office gets the crumbs of what's left in budgeting. Every group made a budget request, and they did 4 categories. So people put a lot of work into this. Legal compliance was the first category. Then we talked about what a district must have, what the district should have, and then what would be nice to have. We're still reviewing those things, trying to make sure they're standardized across every one. We also removed a bunch of duplication, so that was good. Where there were items that the departments included in their budget that were also in the school's budgets. So we went through very, very helpfully and worked through those things to make sure they were the same. It's all good work. What's not included in any of this work so far is any potential cost of living adjustment. So that's out there. Any strategic additions that we might want to add, and then any money that we want to reserve to improve our cash balance. All right, if you go forward, Rob, the next thing to talk about for setting the stage is just talking about where our trends are. What are our drivers of spending? So I have a few graphs here. I want to thank Cody Hutchins, who helped me out immensely with this. Cody and Kevin Ashley do a lot of great work on reporting. So if you go to the next slide, this graph we actually looked at in finance in January, I guess, or yeah. Try to remember what day. Yeah, okay. I tried recently, and this is a really interesting one. This is kind of your ratio for budgets between what's directly allocated to the schools, what's allocated to central office, and what we call central support. So central support are things that are managed centrally, but it's out in the schools. So some of that could be like some technology stuff. A good chunk of it is the student services work, where we have a central PT, OT, speech, and those folks are working in the schools.
Is it school support on here, not central?
So it's central support to schools, yeah.
Yeah, I just want
Yeah.
to clarify what it's listed at on
Yeah.
the chart
Yeah,
for those people
should
watching.
be central office school support, yeah. There's more words there, sorry. Good call out. You can see over time, percentage-wise, the central office, the pure central office percentages has decreased over time. The school piece has increased and school support has increased. And I think that makes sense trending wise. FY24 is going to be a weird little blip in every one of these slides, and I'll tell you why. In 24, we issued what are called tax anticipation notes. So in order to preserve our cash balance, and there was the issue with property tax bills being delayed that year. There was the last reappraisal. County auditor and treasurer didn't know when they were going to delay property tax bills. As the folks in finance know, we get really, really close to the bone in December, January. So we issued these tax anticipation notes. But what that does is for every FY24, you will see an extra $75 million that is central. But that was basically, we issued a short-term note. We didn't need it, thank God. And in December, and then we paid it off in March. It was like a 90-day note, but it allowed us to preserve our cash balance. So that's a blip. But the big picture is stuff directly to schools is growing as a percentage of our budget. Central office, pure central office is decreasing as a percentage. And school support from central office is also increasing. All right, next one is spending by object. So this is the first kind of the one-digit object is what we call it. These are our big object categories. No surprise here, salaries and benefits are most of our budget. And you can see as a percentage of the whole, those continue to grow. And then purchase services has kind of maintained steady. So the big driver for our purchase services, the two big drivers, first is transportation. And that's a big one. And then, there's some other things in there, like utilities ends up in there, which is just kind of odd to think about, but that's another one there's a huge chunk of that. Next, Rob. This one I think is really interesting. This is spending by function. This kind of shows us where our money is going. So the big buckets are instruction and supporting services. In this case, supporting services is it's literally everything from the principal to the payroll team, right? So it's a big chunk, and you can see these have maintained pretty steady. Instruction, has increased a little bit over time, which I think people would say it's a good thing. These are all expenses. So if you look at our state report card, these numbers don't match. The state report card uses operating expenses. This is everything. So I want to point that out before someone goes and looks at the state report card. And I know we spent quite a bit of time in finance one meeting going through what the state report card shows. And then the final one of these to set the trend is instructional subcategories. So you can see the big change as we go through is the amount of money spent on students with disabilities for instruction for them. You can see that is one of our growing categories. Bilingual instruction has leveled off after a big growth in 23 and 24. And you can see CTE is kind of holding steady there. So hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of what our high-level cost drivers are. So as we get into the budget discussion, we say where's the money going? Hopefully this kind of sets the basis for that. And then to end the budget discussion on some good news, I believe we're going to be in good shape with federal funds. So the latest kind of omnibus bill for Department of Education restored all of the Title II, III, and IV funding at current year. Gave a tiny little increase to Title I. I mean, especially when you consider that number split across 50 states. that is a rounding error probably for what we'll get. But this is really good news. And you can see, if you look I have the circled column is what was approved. You can see against the president's budget, there's some major changes there. Now, of course, there's also a good chance we could have a shutdown. So, well, I guess they approved it this morning.
Partial.
Okay. I have partial. Okay, I have not checked the news this morning, but yeah. So House will do it Monday. Okay, so that's good. I mean, that is good news. I mean, I think we were really anticipating some significant cuts there. So once the ink is dried, then we'll go back and revise some of these things. All right, next slide. This is kind of where I hope we'll have a little bit of discussion. So big picture, high level budget, our deadline is June 30th to have a budget approved. If the board does not approve a budget, we cannot spend any money. That is state law.
That's an option.
That is state law. So the last scheduled board meeting is June 23rd. Just to put it out there. There is the ability to do a temporary appropriation resolution for 90 days. There's also sometimes we've had to add an extra board meeting at the end of June to get it done. So that's our high debt. So everything we work on, we have to work backwards from that deadline. We had a goal we talked about of getting staffing completed by May. That was really about how we treat the employees who may be affected by any of the decisions and choices that have to be made. So giving folks the most time possible to make the adjustments, whatever adjustments have to be made, I think is important. We are going to be doing the strategic plan work concurrently to the budget. And I think that's going to be a complicator to any decisions that are made. Because you're not going to have one done to reference the other. They're going to be parallel work. One concept that we've talked about, I know we've talked about budget, finance, and growth, maybe talked about with full board, is can we do some intermediate approvals? So are there things that this board would be willing to approve very early on. Last year, I think that we talked about fixed and obligated cost as an example, and just to take those things out of the way. And so these budget discussions can often be very lengthy, and I think people have board has expressed interest in getting to the hard decisions a little quicker. We have millions of dollars of things that I would consider legal compliance. That would be things that we could not do. One example I'll say is our debt payments. Like, I don't think anyone here is going to vote to default on our debt. So I think these are the kind of things that hopefully you're willing to approve early on, and we move on with those things. And then the final ask is, as far as presentation format and materials, I know administration is doing a lot of work. Kind of in the background, you don't see it. So when we come for presentations, what level of detail would the board members like to see to feel comfortable reviewing and approving items?
All righty, so we'll pause there for completing the kind of budget update here. I think it's really important that we also understand there will be no 90-day approval. There will be none unless the state decides for some bizarre reason they want to change laws again. It's on like June 1st. But I want to open up for board members. If they have any questions, any thoughts, anything they want to share with the treasurer and the superintendent about the budget process. Vice President Moffitt.
So thank you for the presentation, Mike. Unfortunately, I understand it, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but can you go to slide 13 for me, please? And I asked this question via email, I think last week or maybe the week before. But when we talk, let me go to slide 13 on my page. When we talk about our students with disabilities and the increase, that looks like, wow, students with disabilities, we're spending more money, and we indeed are. But I asked about the possibility of kind of, I'm gonna use the word audit, but I don't mean law and audit. I mean, looking at, are we leaving any money on the table around the classification of our students with disabilities and the services that they receive that we're actually not getting compensated for? I've heard from a bunch of different staff. I think when we went on our tour of a school even, and I've heard from staff across different schools that some of our students are coming in, and I don't want to mess it up, but classified one way, which is broad, and I think I'm going to say it right, just developmentally delayed DD. And forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, but they also have other services that they are receiving, maybe visual impairment or auditory impairment, and they're not getting that, we're not getting the money for those. So when I look at SWD, I'm wondering, is there the possibility for us to receive or to right size ourselves so that our students are not getting necessarily the minimum because we can't afford it and we're not classifying them the right way, that they're actually, we're getting monies that is appropriate for them. So I'm wondering, our staff is having to come out of their pocket a lot. And so that's where this is coming from, but I've heard it so often. I'm wondering, is there any, and I don't know if this is you or if this is the superintendent, when was the last time that we have, I'm using the word audit, but I don't mean it in a formal sense, but that we've gone through and actually right-sized, the schools have right-sized what their revenue is for the population of their students. Has that been done? Is there any ability to do that? And I do have another question around students with disabilities after that.
This is not my area of expertise.
I gotcha.
I have a little bit. I know the Department of Student Services does a lot of work around this. I know there are multidisciplinary teams that look at these things. I don't have an exact answer for you.
Well, I did ask the superintendent, so let's let her.
Okay.
Well, I could be missing something in terms of things that have been shared with you on your tour, Dr. Moffitt, but what I really want to say as I listen to you is I feel like every year the Department of Student Services looks at where the children are and what the services that are needed as defined by their IEPs. And by law, we have to do that. So there may be some things that I'm not clear about in terms of what is being shared that we may need to look at differently. But as far as I know, this is reviewed every year.
Okay, and I'm happy to tag in,
Yeah.
board member Armbruster, but I wanna give the example, again, and I put this in my email, which was kind of shared with us. Students are coming in diagnosed with one particular diagnosis that comes, I guess, minimally, it starts from Children's Hospital, and they took us through the process, and it's DD. But yet, we're being paid for that diagnosis. I'm gonna give an example, it's not the right number. We're being paid $10,000 for students with disabilities, or that DD diagnosis. That same student may have additional services that are being required for them that have a cost associated. So if they are visually impaired, and it was diagnosed, it's been diagnosed, but if it was designated, that would be an extra $3,000 or $4,000 that student would be receiving. So but we're only getting the minimum. We're only being charged for that. So my question, hearing that from staff across the district who are doing the work but paying for it out of their own, is that it looks to me like our students are not, they're getting this service, the services because the staff is putting in for it, but we are not updating their diagnoses to adequately reflect the money that should be coming in. So my question is like, when do we do that on a regular basis anyway? Do we go in and just kind of pick a few to see if they align? And I'm gonna pass it to
Yeah.
Board Member Rombers, because she heard the same.
You've done a great job explaining it. I think what I heard was that DSS would give them the DD designation. It would qualify them for so much from the state for reimbursement for the district, but Children's actually gave them a fuller diagnosis. We are not utilizing that diagnosis, which would grant us more money from the state to reimburse for the services that our district is providing per their IEP. So the thought was that we are leaving money on the table with the state for reimbursement because of a lack of thorough diagnoses.
So appreciate that clarification. So yesterday, President and Vice President, we talked about setting the time when Chrissy would come and share. We'll get you a response faster than that, but I think we're scheduling it, and I can make sure she adds that to the formal presentation of how that's done, but we'll answer it before the presentation.
Well, that I think it also needs to happen in tandem with the budget discussion, because if we are leaving and we were told like, numbers, we were actually told numbers that we're leaving on the table per school just for certain classes. So I'm wondering if, as we are talking about this budget, if we could do something like that. I don't know if it would necessarily be other than the fact that we've done it, I don't know what the presentation.
And I don't know if the treasurer remembers this, but it's been a long time. When I was in a schoolhouse, we used to get, like for our student services, you have X number of students who might have multiple disabilities, X number of students who are hearing impaired, and you would get the actual weight and the amount. I don't know that we break it out like that to give to schools anymore. I'm not sure, but we can follow up with that.
That'd be great, because I think our staff has it, because they were sharing this with us, so that'd be great. My next question is around the budget process and our students with disabilities, particularly because the board received a question because a position was cut. And the response to the board members was that it was kind of planned, and it was just something that had already been budgeted for. So from a budget standpoint, it looked like it aligned. But when we visited the school, that position was very necessary. And I'm not saying that all of our cuts are necessary. That is not what I'm saying. But I am curious, specifically around our students with disabilities, if we are looking at that off the paper, is what I call it. So that position maybe could be cut, but the services are being declined to our students in real time. For instance, in this particular example, that position was able to provide
standing services. So so the kids didn't get the chance to stand all day because that position was cut. So from a data standpoint, yeah, we budgeted it. So I'm wondering again, and maybe this is for the presentation, are we looking at this from strictly a numerical standpoint and then following it up with real-time actuality? Because it's being said, well, someone else is gonna do that, but in real time, they didn't. The kids were not standing. And so I'm concerned, again, maybe which takes me back to, are we aligning on what the payment should be for students with disabilities? And is there a way for us to possibly put some of those things back as services to students, and it's not just a numerical number, so.
I'll start and I'll let Superintendent clean up whenever I misstate. There's a couple of things. I will say, do remember, I know a lot of this comes through the state foundation formula. Do remember there's quite the discount from what the state thinks we should get to what they get. Remember, we're in the 30th percentile, so a lot of that stuff. Obviously, for any of these categorical fundings on the state side, the more categories you can tick off, yeah, the more reimbursement you can get.
Right.
And we also do the Medicare school program, the MSP. We get reimbursed from that. It's like a 2-year lag time before we get reimbursed. So whatever you claim this year, you'll get it in 28. That is also, it's very hard to budget that, right? Very hard to deal with that part. I think just to talk about staffing in a lot of ways. So staffing is given out to the schools. Schools have the opportunity to appeal these things, and the superintendent makes the decision, but the assistant superintendent, the deputy superintendent, there's a group that looks at those appeals. Schools put out whatever information they feel is appropriate. All the decisions are tough, I will say. I will say that probably for every position that ends up being eliminated, there is a similar story to the one you shared. Just slightly different, but there are very few, at this point in our budget process, there are no painless cuts, and there are very few low paying cuts, and that we are at a point where, just because we don't have new revenue, that we've cut to a level where every single elimination would be a similar amount of pain. And so sometimes things aren't implemented. I know that's part of it. We're a huge organization, and sometimes the pieces don't connect, and I hate that, obviously, for the kids. That if someone else was supposed to pick up and we not quite communicate it, that's something that can be cleaned up. But I would say every choice we have to make going forward is going to be as difficult.
Well, thank you for that. You kind of went, your budget mind went exactly where my thought was, is if the revenue is the deficit, then that's impacting the services. So that made me think, are we properly coding and auditing our own potential increase in revenue space? So I'm glad that we're thinking alike on that. Thank you for that. So that leads me, that's my question. Thank you.
All righty, other board members? Board Member Bolden.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Your
board member.
hand-
Oh.
She beat me to the buzzer.
See, it's harder to see and hear who had their hands up. People on low level.
Feel my pain.
I'm gonna need folks to bring their hands all the way to the sky, okay?
That's calling on people 101, just like gavel 101.
Family food.
Just a few questions, and I heard you clearly and loudly, Treasurer Guston, that we are not in a position of spending beyond what our cash reserves are. And so looking at page 5, it does present to be concerning as we continue to see this, or at least to me, as we continue to see this decline. Please help just articulate, what are we able to do to help us maybe continuously have a cushion? We know that there are some legislative things that are impairing our finances, but again, beyond just we can't spend beyond what we don't have, obviously, what are we able to do to help put us in a position where we are able to be sustained? I'm sorry.
I was like, dang it, there's the timeline.
So
Those are good questions.
I've said this before, I'm gonna keep saying this, like, we need new operational money. There is, and as scary as slide 5 and 6 are, as we talk about the levy side, I'm gonna show you a couple slides there that are equally scary, but this district needs new operational money. To get into the levy slide a little bit, like, no one is coming to save us, right? We've been very fortunate. The 20 mil floor has helped us out a couple of times. ESSER helped us out quite a bit. But we've done all the things. We've pulled a lot of levers, whether that is, moving stuff in the federal side around. I think we still probably some work to be done there, but we've done that. We've spent those additional funds that maybe were kind of latent. It is a point where there's really only one solution long term, and that is to get additional local dollars.
Okay.
And maybe if we have a different governor
Well,
next year, maybe the state will fund their things. I mean, we continue to advocate for the state to do what they should do. There is a constitutional requirement that the state adequately funds a system of public education. But, we will continue to advocate, we'll continue to push, you'll see us do everything we can, but that is not something that we have a lot of control over. And so it's really going to require, our district getting additional local money.
Okay, that's good to know. So hearing that there is only one option that
Yes, and we will do everything, we'll do everything else we can. Like, we've pushed as hard as we can to maximize our investment money. We look at these additional funds, we're working on, sale of some property. We're working on all of these things, but they are tiny little adjustments to the big picture.
Okay, thank you. And so, just moving on, just a few questions. 1 second. So on page 10, you talked about that the school budgets are growing, which, is understandable, but I'm curious to know, as it correlates to enrollment, our school budgets are increasing, but our enrollment is declining. Help me process that information, right? Because is it, like, what, for the school-based budget, what all does that encompass? Does that encompass payroll as well, or? Okay, so
Yeah,
we're seeing this increase here, but our numbers are declining with our student population. So how do we account for that?
Right. And our school-based numbers are really mostly payroll. They really
Okay.
are. I mean, that's really mostly payroll. They do have a little bit of non-personnel. How do you account for that? I would say our enrollment's declining slightly, but it's also across 66 schools, which means you can lose a couple kids at any school, and that does not change your staffing picture. Right. You can have a classroom of 17 kids, or you can have a classroom of 19 kids. It does not. You still need that one teacher, right? Obviously, our collective bargaining agreements are built, so there are step increases built in every year. Those are things. The other thing I would say, and part of the reason we went to slide 12, or sorry, slide 13, slide 12 and slide 13 is to talk about what's pushing that growth. Regular instruction as a percentage is not really growing. And that's because other special ed instruction is growing. It's because bilingual instruction is growing. So part of it is the students that we have cost more to educate. These are the sort of things that are real drivers of our finances. So I know a lot of people look at that slide and say, I've seen it a ton of times on on Twitter, and I refuse to engage on social media. That's like my thing. I always tell myself, don't engage in social media. But I see lots of people say, look, enrollment's down and costs are up. Well, there's this thing called inflation, right? Right. That's right. That's going up at 2 to 2.5 to 3% a year. So everything the schools buy is more expensive. I mean, staff are getting at least step increases. You know, we COLA from time to time. It is increasing, but also the cost of a lot of the students we're educating, you know, it gets more expensive. You know,
So-
but that is our moral and legal obligation.
Okay, and so the other question I have for that, as you talked about, the students that we are educating there are more costs associated with, our student population. Do our title dollars help to support, or it should help to support, right? The students that have maybe different, academic experiences or different needs, and are we fully maximizing, and it's pretty similar to what Dr. Moffitt was saying, as we look at, you know, Title I dollars, are we fully maximizing our grants that we do receive to support our students that may have additional needs pertaining to their education? And I'm using this or asking this question because knowing that there are some grants or title dollars that have not been, I don't think has been fully optimized or used. And so that's what's driving this question here.
Yeah, it's a great question. So just to think about, our federal grants, like the one that really pertains to students with disabilities is what's called IDEA B. We spend every penny of that. I mean, it is if we had another 5-10 million of that, we would spend it. Like we 100% spend that. We have moved from a place where you know, years ago we were giving back, you know, title dollars to a spot where we are spending our title dollars. You know, we haven't had to talk about the dirty word sweeps in a couple years, which is a huge change, and I credit the administration for that. I credit our grants team for that. As far as effectiveness, you know, that is part of our ongoing ROI conversation is to make sure that the spending is effective. And you know, we continue to work with our principals. You know, one of the things to remember too about Title I is really a school-based allocation. So the intent is that it is driven to the schools and it is spent by the school community. And the good is, you know, you have a lot of local control, but it takes a lot of work on our end. And I think we're doing that. We're putting the work in. We're talking to LSDMCs. We updated our Title I spending guide we send to the schools. To try to educate. You're educating a much larger group. You know, if it was one person who was in charge of all the title, it would be easier to work with them. But now you're working with, you know, all these school communities. You know, the LSDMCs have a big role in that, and so it's a bigger lift to educate everyone and get them thinking, you know, on the ROI lens, to get them to really understand what's allowable, what's not, what's effective. So it's a big lift, but I feel like we're definitely making progress.
Okay, thank you for that. And final question, as we're building out the budget and we're talking about choices, and we know that there's the school-based choices, the school support choices, as well as central office. And I think choices that were made in our previous budget cycle, we noticed maybe some ramifications in certain departments. I guess my thoughts are, how do we ensure that with these choices, we're making equitable decisions where we're not, certain positions are maybe not available anymore, and then we're trying to overcompensate for positions that may have been very helpful? Like, how do we make those equitable decisions with our budget?
That is the question. That is the question that I wish I had that answer today. That is, I think, the question for the next several months.
Yeah.
Is how do we look at all of these different factors? I think in my mind, like especially, you know, the interplay between schools and central office, like once you get past the basic legal compliance, that's where the real discussions begin. and they're difficult discussions, and there's a lot of apples to oranges weighing. You're comparing functions that are vastly different. You're comparing financial functions to student-facing functions to marketing functions to administrative functions to all these things, and so it's a difficult series of conversations.
Yeah, and the reason why I shared that, because obviously there are budget roundtable discussions or discussions that you all have administratively that we obviously wouldn't know necessarily the full scope. So we are receiving, the choices, but we may not, from a board lens, fully understand the implication of that decision. And so again, when I'll speak for me, at least when we're in a position to have to make a decision about some of the budget choices or options, wanting to ensure that it is equitable across the district. So just wanted to lend that.
Other board members? Board Member Bolden?
Thank you. Thanks for all the work continuously and perpetually at this rate. Thanks for the reference about all revenue. I appreciate it. I think it's more and more important that our spends are timely, especially as we look to the foundation piece, because people are going to be contributing and they're going to be expecting that money is spent for the kids that they are thinking this is who it's about and what year. And I know that some of those all funds on and on and on, and it got a little bit confusing. So I appreciate that. I still think part of the flaw in the budget process is, and I understand why it does, and it's reasonable. It's helped keep us reasonably flat. And that's why we're in a little bit better position than most of the urbans right now financially, as rough as we are. They're in worse situations than we. But part of the flaw is that it starts with enrollment. And so for me, the first thing that starts to be cut or surplused is the absolutely core of our business, which is the people that are standing there teaching or supporting the child. And I still think that's a flaw. I think the other flaw in the process, as we've talked about extensively, is there's this school budgets and then there's central budgets. That's just not healthy. There has to be some way, and you've worked really hard to try to bring some of that together. And I think that still is something we ought to try to do within the process. I'm still concerned that we may or may not be funding, as we plan this budget, funding our middle schools as much as we need to, just because middle schools get funded differently than elementaries, and they're funded differently than they are at high schools. And I think maybe the suburbs that have middle schools can teach us something about that kind of funding. I really like the chart on, I think it's slide 10. Is that the one you kind of Cody or somebody invented? It's the central office and central support or what have you. Is that what it is? So, yeah, I really like that. And I think part of a standard maybe should be that strictly central shouldn't be more than between 15 and 20%. I think there's some reasoning to that if we look at school finance and district finance. And I'd really like to know a little bit more, and this can happen in finance, a little bit more about the support piece, what that really means. That'd be great. The other, just a couple of things that concern me, the good news in federal, does that change the impact at 634 at all, or is that you're not going to give us a couple million there, or we can play with, or dang?
They don't cross. I will say, I will say it should prevent anything from crossing back over.
Okay, that's cool.
There was definitely a scenario where there were things
that it can hold.
Yeah, there was a scenario where there were things in the federal grants that we would say we can't live without that would cross back over.
Thanks. I'm real supportive, as you know, about the board coming to grips with a couple things. One, I think we should early on, even as early as sometime in February, make a decision about what our obligated costs are and take that basically off the table. So we're not always talking about 634, and instead let's talk about, well, there's only this much. So I hope we can get a majority. I think we will in finance. I believe we'll get a majority in the board that'll want to do that. I know none of us want to do the line item cuts ever again. But in order to avoid that, though, and this is the irony of it, you have to be as detailed as you possibly can. You're not going to be able to avoid the line item cuts unless we have, and you and I have talked about that, the superintendent too, as great a specificity as you can share with the board, the more likely we are to avoid the line item cut situation. Because it's a trust thing as well as an information thing. Choices that we're going to have to make, I'm still worried that we're trying to fund whatever it is we did this year for next year. And we're facing a strategic plan where we want to make some sort of transformative commitment. But all these numbers still, unless we can invent some way to do it, that there's an accordion to this, or some of these options can be more optional, these choices, an array of choices, because it won't do us a good to spend the first strategic year doing this year. But the problem is, to get to that, people are going to say, this is new. Well, no, it's strategic. Therefore, yeah, we're going to have to not do this. But these are big things that you and the superintendent have to work out. I'm almost done. I just wanted to say a couple, well, not just one more. The reason, this is only one more. The reason that we care about what's on that stupid Ohio report card is that back page that has the financials, that's what the public is going to see. They are not going to see our webpage. They're not going to see all this other stuff. They're going to see that. So to the degree that we can always, and you've already been working on that as the superintendent, and I appreciate that. And I know we're getting ready to talk about the big issues ahead of us. But thank you. I think this is good. I think this is a great start to budget. And I want to thank President Craig for giving us time on the budget, because there's been a few retreats that we've sat and ready to talk about the budget, and we didn't quite get to it. And that was part of the problem. Appreciate it.
No problem. Board Member Armbruster.
Yes. So this is my first budget. Very excited. I don't have to just stare at the screen
we'll see what you say in June.
and yell my thoughts. I first want to say we've talked a lot about disabilities in this. I listened to that budget meeting, and I want you and Cody to be kind to yourselves and focus on making everything colorblind friendly. And don't worry about color palettes and making it aesthetically pleasing. Make it so that you guys can read it, because there are other people out there that also can't read it. I'm a mom of 2 colorblind boys, so I'm very sensitive to this issue. But yeah, anyway, back to the real stuff. I love what you've put together. I'm going to focus on, you asked what we want you to present. And I first totally agree with Eve. I think intermediate approvals, absolutely. Please do not come to me with $634 million. I don't have that, right? That's not what we have to budget. Give me what we do have to budget, which is everything that's not obligated. And I love slide 12, where you are categorizing it by function or purpose. I think that's really important for us to be able to see what the different things are going toward, so we can say, we know this is an instructional cost, we know this is a support service cost. I also, someone mentioned middle schools. I think it would be really interesting to be able to tag things back to what student demographic we're hitting, if it's the entire student population, if it's elementary, if it's middle, if it's high school. I think that will be really informative as well. As we're going through the strategy work concurrently, this is where I think zero-based budgeting is real. I've been through zero-based budgeting. It does not work unless it truly starts at zero. And you have to be willing to cut literally everything down and say, we're starting with nothing and taking every single thing and saying, is it actually necessary? And that's painful, but it's required. So every single department has to look at their budget and say, okay, is this necessary? And to do that, we need to be looking back at the data and saying, is it driving outcomes? Because I'm going to be asking those questions when you come to me and say, tell me what this investment has gotten us. And so when we look to the strategy, we need to be able to tie every single thing we pass as far as money to a goal and what outcomes we hope that that money investment is going to drive, so that we can look back in a year and say, this investment is working, this investment is not working. So I'm going to be looking for all of those things for you to be able to tell me exactly what it's tied to, exactly what metrics we're going to be using to say this investment is working and this investment is not. I also would highly encourage whoever is working on the strategic plan to have funding sources with those big goals. There's money out there. I would highly encourage any major strategic plan initiative to come with ideas for funding sources. And those are my thoughts.
All righty. I will be very quick because I want you to get through the levy stuff and I want to keep us on track. We will do intermediate approvals, so I will just put that on the record now. So we will come back to the board with things periodically, and Treasurer Gustin and I will sit down and figure out what that schedule looks like. What I would maybe bring to folks' thought process now is that for every one item we say we want to see in our budget spend, be prepared to say what you will not see. Because we've often had conversations about even going to zero base and doing things like that and trying to do these works. And at the end of the day, everybody talks about what they want to see. And no one says, you know what, we've been doing this, but this just ain't working to the level we need or the level it's effective. So that's something we can give up. So I think that's just something we need to be prepared to walk back to those discussions with later. I think we will have a very different strategic plan conversation with regards to our direction. And I think this is going to be a little bit of the conversation we'll have about levies just in a moment. The only large driver of revenue is a levy. Everything else pays for a service or benefit so that we don't cut it, essentially, right? So there are things that we can certainly do to expand opportunities to get more revenue for things. You know, again, I want to point out, this is this is another flaw in the way that state funds education. You used to get a full amount for those kids who had additional needs, who had disabilities, who had provide IEPs and specific services for, and now we get a percentage. So, like, even if we said we're getting the maximum amount that we're going to put in for, we only get a percentage of it, because the state again took efforts to change how they were going to fund public education. So, and we also know that the majority of public schools have the majority of students who have some of the most high needs, high concerns, and it's just that concentration. So I think we're going to see, from a strategic plan perspective, we're going to have to look at also what are the things that are most effective towards where we want to go. And I say that that's maybe a little bit different in a lot of ways than what our budget will be for this year, right? Because our budget for this year will be what are we going to do for 1 year? We will start to have to think about going forward, how do we prepare for year 5 and year 1's budget? Which is not exactly how we've done budgets. At least not since I've been on the board, and I don't know if they did it before that way, but the reality is that we have some things, and we haven't talked about it, but I will make sure it's on our agenda, because Chief Burkhart will love it when I do it, but we've got facility needs and we got repair needs that we have just never been able to pay for, and we had wonderful presentations that told us about all the amount of dollars it cost then, which is probably costing more now. But the reality is we have to set budgets up to make sure that we can care for some of those things, even when we get those additional revenue to do it, right? Like it takes time to get those things in place. There's a need to prepare. And if we're not budgeting for that preparation, it's just going to delay the work further. So I want us to make sure as we think about the strategic plan, our strategic plan may also be telling us how to do our budgets going forward so that we're implementing it correctly. And then the last thing I will say is that I agree with what almost everyone has said around presenting information to us. I think it's good for us to put the choices on the table. What I would maybe recommend as we come back for the like absolutes are the pathways of choices. So instead of simply saying this is the only recommendation, to say, if we are going to go this route, these are the things that we can do. These are the things that I would recommend. If we're going to go this route, these are the things I would recommend. These are the things I would suggest, and allow us to understand not just the items, but where that's going. Because I think that's also a little bit different than how we've done budget discussions in the past. Because all these things connect in a way that if you change one item, it changes a whole lot of other stuff in the background of items. And so it may not make sense to talk through them each individually like that. But in an effort to keep us on track, I am going to turn it back over to Treasurer Guston to roll through this wonderful discussion about the levy.
All right, let's talk about levy options.
It's a four-letter word.
Thank you all for the feedback. That was really helpful. Rob, if you'll pop to the next slide. No, not going to spend a lot of time. This is what we currently have as levies. So share this thing 100 times. If you go to the next slide, this is the change. So property tax reform has dramatically altered our landscape. The biggest change is we are no longer on the 20 mil floor. Because all emergency levies got added to the 20 mil floor, we are now well above. And I can show you kind of the impact of that next slide. The other thing that we used to get new revenue from was inside millage. So as there would be a reappraisal, inside millage would give us a bump. That is now going to be limited as well. Emergency levies are out of our toolbox. It's something we can do new. And just always want to mention this, the Budget Commission can now reduce the inner tax rates at their discretion. Luckily, I think at least Auditor Miranda is clearly on our side about not wanting to use that power, but it is something that is out there. So if you go to the next slide, Rob, so this is our total property tax revenue over time. And it's kind of a stair step. So there's a couple things to note here. I put in here when the updates were. So there's two types of updates the auditor's office does. One is called a reappraisal, where they physically look at every single parcel in the county, and do a new thing for it. And then then that's every 6 years. And then in between, there's what's called a triennial update. Triennial update is more of a math problem. So they look at sales data, comps, and they do those things. What you'll see is every time we've had a reappraisal, you see a jump in property tax revenue. Right, especially the 24 one. That was at the 20 mil floor, and we had that very large increase. What's interesting is usually you'll see kind of right after that a little dip in property tax revenue. That is actually the Board of Revisions. So all the people that get their tax bills and say, I'm filing an appeal, you'll see the dip from Board of Revisions. But what you can see there is kind of a clear stair step upwards. Based on property tax reform, my guess is, my feeling at this point, and we'll definitely talk about the forecast on the 23rd, is this line is going to be very flat going forward. Very flat. And so because of that, part of it, yeah, very fat, very flat. So we just need to know that. If you want to go to the next slide. So talking about new money levies. So our last new money levy was the preschool expansion, and we've talked about the great things that preschool's done already today. We're at 10 years now since that was done. That's impressive. Before that, that last levy was 8 years. That was the $52 million fixed sum levy. And before that, it was 4 years. And that was kind of right after, the facilities master plan, which we should also talk about. The facilities master plan is almost done, and we've done a really great job of not having to go back, as you'll see in the next slide, and ask for more money for that. These are all credits to our sound financial leadership. But I think the new world is not going to be a world where we go 10 years between new money requests. The legislature has built a system where these requests are going to be far more frequent. So
By design.
It's design. It's not anything that we're doing wrong. It's not anything that we're doing differently. It is that the system has been changed. And when the system's changed, we have to react. So, next, Rob. Just to give you some idea, in the 10 years that we have not been without for new money, our peers, have done so. Akron and Toledo, each had a new one. Columbus has done 2, and Cleveland's done 3 in the same period where we have not asked for new money. They've passed all these things. So we should pat ourselves in the back for being able to hold out as long as we can. All right, next, please. So 2 approaches I want to talk about today. Again, some of this is probably review, but one of them is to look at property taxes in a 5-year increment. And so this is very similar to, I think, how other tax agencies do it. I've worked in other government places I've worked at, is you look at a 5-year period, you figure out what your total would need to be, you divide that by 5, and that's kind of where you set your request. The idea is in the first couple of years of the levy, you take in more revenue than you need. Right? And so part of it is having the financial discipline to not spend that money up front. And that can be difficult when there are definitely identified needs out there. But the idea is you break even in the 3rd year, and then you actually spend more than you take in years 4 and 5, but the overall 5-year period you're solid. Next slide. In the December Budget Finance and Growth Committee, we did some work on this. And these are mathematical exercises. This is not a recommendation. This is not an idea. This was purely math just to show folks kind of what their trends look like. So 3 scenarios there. I'm not going to go through each of these, but we just did different things. How much would we anticipate salaries and benefits increasing? How much would we anticipate non-personnel increasing? And this is inflationary. How much of, as President Craig said, how much of the deferred maintenance would we try to spend, every year, the deferred maintenance cost? And then we also put in some money for new initiatives to say, hey, if we're going to do something new, we need to set aside money for that. And you can see the next couple slides, which, Rob, if you just want to go quickly, if you go to the first one, we'll just talk about it. So same concept is we took each year, put in the amount, figured out the total that was needed, divided it by 5, and it's easy enough to calculate the number of mills and the additional amount per $100,000. For $100,000. So some big numbers, some big scary numbers there, right? Scenario
Scary.
1 is the big scary number. If you go to scenario 3, Rob, it's a little less scary, right? It's still a big number, but it's scary. And obviously, we have this tool now. We can run any idea through that and get a pretty big clean thing. One thing it does not talk about is kind of what we talk about, productivity, and so probably unless we're going for a 12 mil levy, yeah, I see the look, see the eyes get big. We're going to have to continue to become more productive as a district as well. So we're going to have to do things cheaper, faster, smarter, in addition to new money. All right, so that's one approach. The other approach to talk about is the school district income tax. So we talked about this a lot too, and just wanted to put this information back out there. Difference between a school district income tax and what you would pay as like a municipal income tax is the school district income tax is only applied to the people who live in the district. And it's applied to the residents of the district. It is an automatic withholding, so all employers in the state of Ohio have to withhold it for their employees. The Ohio Department of Taxation collects the money for you and pays you back as a district. So it's a little different than the county auditor, county treasurer. You're getting it from the Ohio Department. You know, two nice things about a school district income tax is you're not adding obviously on to the property tax burden that people already have. Yeah, and that your revenue will increase as individual incomes increase. So while your property tax is kind of a zero-sum game, and it's you're going to get what you're going to get, pretty much a flat amount, you know, the income tax will increase. If you click to the next slide, you can see here just an idea of percentage versus mills. So you can kind of see what it is. There's two sets of figures here, so I want to talk about that. Traditional income tax revenue is based on your state tax return. So it takes all your state adjusted income and taxes off of that. A lot of districts are doing what's called an earned income tax revenue, or an earned income tax. So the earned income tax only applies to wages. So it doesn't apply to retirement, doesn't apply to investment income. And so again, if one of your concerns is your aging population, you know, this is a good thing for them because their retirement's not going to be taxed and you're not adding property taxes to their property. So a lot of our suburban peers are going down that path. I saw this week Fairfield announced they're putting on for May an earned income tax. So. All right, so there's the two types of taxation. Quickly to kind of land the plane here. Some ballot considerations. So looking at 2026, there are two other potential levies on the ballot. One of those is the local children's services, which will be a property tax, potentially with an increase. Just heard recently that is going to be on the ballot in November. There was some discussion about when, but from what I hear, the county's moving forward to putting that on the November ballot. And then, as I think you know, the mayor talked about doing an increase to the city's earnings tax. We haven't really heard a lot since that. It was announced at the State of the City address, but that is also something that could potentially end up on the November ballot. For the board, you need to vote twice to put any issue on the ballot. If you're looking at November, you know, early August is kind of like where you need that second vote, but you do one vote kind of to explore, and then we send some information to the county auditor. The county auditor does the calculations, comes back and says, this is your millage rate. And then the second vote is actually to put it on the ballot. We always have to remember timing between passage and collections. So you can be anywhere from 3 months to 13 months, depending on how the question is worded and what election it goes on. So the big thing is this probably isn't going to be instant money. And so you have to think about that too. New money is not always instant money. And the final little blurb is the Hamilton County, the big reappraisal got pushed back a year. So that was one of the things that they did very recently and quietly, but we will not have the big reappraisal till 2030. It's not as big a deal now because we're not on the floor. So we do get money every time. We do get money every year for new construction. There is a little bit of a bump for new construction. New construction also includes any expiring CRAs. So there's a little bump there. And it would be part of the reappraisal does give you the bump for the inside millage, and it got pushed back here. So, yeah, sure.
You said that there's two votes. The first vote is to explore any levy type or the specific one that we decide on?
It's specific because then we have to send that to the auditor's office to calculate. So, yes. Let's see, one more slide. Couple other things. So if we put anything in the ballot, there's some changes to the wording. You know, one of them is additional information of the district carryover balance. So we have to put in how much our carryover is in the percentage. That might actually help us. I think some suburban districts, it was put in there for, there are some districts that have 100% carryover or more, you know, or 90% of their general fund have carryover. I think that actually helps. That actually helps us based on our carryover. They've changed the value statement to be the market value, not the appraised value. I think that helps taxpayers kind of see, like, based on your appraised value, this is how much it'll be. You cannot do a renewal with an increase, so which I don't think we haven't looked at that, but that is off the table. And then if you were to do an emergency levy, you need an actual emergency. So you either need to declare natural disaster or you need your district to be in fiscal emergency. So, final slide for me is, I put this up last year, I thought this worked well, is kind of the levy options, to see what our options are, and it's pretty open right now. There are far less choices under type than there were before. There are less choices under length, and obviously amount is still there, but those are the three pieces that the board needs to comes to consensus on before we can do that first resolution.
Alrighty. Thank you, Treasurer Guston. Are there questions on the board? I see Board Member Matt.
Just quickly, a clarifying question.
Your hand was raised a lot higher this time.
Yeah,
So-
well, I was going to
Peripheral
interrupt
vision.
during the presentation, but for the income tax, would that be, if that was something that we considered, that would be in conjunction with the property taxes we already received, correct? Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify. Okay, that was all that I needed to know.
I mean, there is, I think, a potential replacement strategy that I think, I know some communities are kind of, I think Kings Local maybe did this. Some communities are looking at this where they would let a property tax expire and add an income. And the idea is just to kind of shift. It's sort of like diversifying your investment portfolio. If you look at it that way, it's sort of like take money out of stocks and put some in bonds. I mean, obviously, it's risky, right? If the one doesn't pass, then you're really in trouble. So.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Other board members?
Okay, go ahead. Okay, thanks. This delaying the reappraisal, is that for sure till 30?
That is for sure. Yeah, it came out from the
And
Department
wasn't
of
it gonna
Taxation.
be, what, 29?
Yeah, because it's this year is the triennial, 26. That would have been 29.
Okay. I think that is important because you're not going to want to put a levy on right the year that they've just experienced the reappraisal. They're not going to vote for it. It's as simple as that, because they just looked at their tax bills. So the interest there is that we would want to be careful whatever we're asking for at any time, whichever reappraisal it is. Politically, down the road, the November 26th election in the state of Ohio, by all accounts, is going to be huge. Huge turnout, huge interest. And I can remember the first year that I was on the board, one of the big decisions for the new people coming in, and Susan Cranley was great to delay the vote about a levy because the new people were coming on and she thought they ought to participate in it. But the important thing was that to decide to go the primary year, the primary month, when Obama and Clinton were on the Democratic ballot. And that was going to be the opportune time. So I think we have to look at what we know about politically, what's going to be happening on that same ballot. And so the November 26th looks like something of great interest, and we don't know going down. Of course, 28's a presidential, and that would be big too, but it's just something to keep in mind while we do this. I'm interested and very worried less about this coming year than I am about the following years before we get to the FMP removal or mortgage burning or whatever we're going to call it. Operationally, we need money and we need capital money as well in the next 5 years. And that means that we have to go, I would think, if you're telling us we don't have operational money and all your charts from here on in are going to make it very clear, especially the forecast. it would seem that we have to make a kind of a short decision, perhaps, for a lesser amount until maybe our narrative improves, whether it's the stupid report card or whether it's we get our narrative out there more aggressively and positively. To me, the biggest opportunity to do anything is just what you said. I lived through that in Little Mount Healthy, where you put something on but you take something off. Voters like that. They like that a lot, and they should. But I think we all know, looking at what this is going to be like, based upon what the state has done to us and for us or against us or with us, whatever you want to say, income tax makes the most sense moving forward. I know that, but I know that that's not, it does. I was here for the first one in the state of Ohio, good old Wyoming. I believe in it, but not what you got to be ready to ask for that. You got to be ready, because nobody's going to say, yeah, go to it. This community's not say, wow, that's a great idea. Nonprofits are not going to say, oh, wow, that's a great idea. Or the city's certainly not going to say it. So you have to be ready to do it big if you're going to do it, but you have to take something away. Because property tax we can't keep doing this to and for to the payers and for the kids. So I think my concern is the next several years to get us to the FMP. And when we can say to the voters that we paid the FMP off and we're riding high and our narrative is positive, and school districts all around us are closing, frankly, that's when I would be thinking about an income tax. But now, how do you get an income thing, not an income thing, but how do you get a operations levy to the voters at the same time getting capital money? How do you, there's ways to do that, isn't there, without going for two things because they'll vote yes for one and no for the other? How do you get capital money and still also get operational money enough to get us through a few years or several years that isn't too big of a ask, like, double digit is always the do not do double digit. How does that work?
So it's a great question. The one thing to remember is you can always move operational money to pay for capital things.
Okay.
It's a one-way flow. So we have operational money. You can buy capital stuff with it. If you have capital money, you have to stay with capital.
Okay.
And there's a couple ways that usually the struggle with that, I think, is that a lot of the capital stuff is a very big upfront cost.
Right.
And so you can very quickly use up all of your new operational money on capital things. But one of the strategies we use is kind of what we call unvoted debt, or what we call COPS, right? Certificates of participation. So that would allow us if we had projects that we had identified, we could basically borrow against the buildings in the district and say, we need this money now. We need a chunk now for capital stuff, that then when we would pay off over a 5, 10, 15-year period at a smaller rate. So
And we've used COPS before successfully.
yes, we have lots of COPS.
What's the parameters for COPS?
Cops. Not the TV show. Yes, not the TV. Yeah, we try to avoid being on a TV show.
Thank you so much.
The best way I can describe it, I think, to the public is it's sort of like a second mortgage, if you think about that. That's the best way, or a home equity loan might be a better way. So you have properties that have value that you kind of use as collateral, right? You define projects and you can borrow against that collateral. Now we've done COPS on a lot of buildings, so you can't double up on that. So you have to see which buildings are available, which buildings aren't. There are some things about it, but it works very much like a medium-term borrowing. If I said, again, it's like I said, like a home equity line, or maybe like a second mortgage in the consumer side. But it is a way to say, for a small payment, we can get a big chunk of money today to do something or some things.
Thank you.
Vice President Moffitt.
So I'm a little conflicted because I'm listening to you as a board member and I fully understand where we are and what we need to do. But I'm receiving what you say as a taxpayer and as a person who's, you
And
showed me-
everybody here, I mean, all board members are.
I'm sure, but I'm answering this question myself right now. So you said it's not quite as bad on slide 26, $213 going up, and I'm like, ooh, okay. And then define your definition of not quite as bad. So, I want to share a couple things because four of us, but three of us are here, just came off the campaign trail. I think it's very prudent that you hear some of what taxpayers have shared with us that just recently engaged with them around levies and what they think of the district. And I can speak for myself. I was asked significantly about levies. Oh, we passed this levy. People do not understand that there are multiple levies. They don't understand. They think I just passed your levy. You don't need any more money. So this whole piece is around educating the public. They don't understand that. And I kind of offered, hey, maybe we are thinking more creatively. And we are talking about the income tax levy. I did not know about the earned income versus the income, but I did say that. And that seemed to be very well received by every single person because they were very adamant through their the miseducation around, they were adamant about their opinion of levies. Again, through their knowledge set. So I say all that to say, more education to the public needs to happen. I'm not saying that you haven't done it. It's not an issue of good or bad. There is a lot of misinformation. As a taxpayer, Kareem, would like to see something innovative, creative, and different in order for me to feel the most comfortable funding it. So I'm going to invite you, Superintendent Murphy, your team, to, while you are talking to us about a strategic plan and hopefully putting in the pathways that have been suggested, multiple options, a variety of options and scenarios, while you tie in the revenues, as one of our board members shared, of stream the revenue in the options that you're presenting. I'm going to invite you to put in an ROI, like a return on investment. What do we see? What do we anticipate academically? To Board Member Bolton's point, she talked about the middle schools may not be funded the way that the board had intended them. And so I think we need to have a really big initiative that involves the community around what we will do differently. We're asking for monies at the same time that the city is and possibly the county. So I think the messaging could be, the timing could be great because they're already talking about their needs, and so we can kind of piggyback on that. But I just want to say publicly that some of the things people are looking for, I don't think we're doing enough to get that messaging out. And it is around innovation. We say, we're here for kids, but what are we going to do to truly prepare our students for a different world? And I think we talk about that internally. I want to invite us to really, really publicly tie that to the strategic plan, tie that to this budget, and then tie that to any requests that we're talking about, because there is the same narrative on the opposite end around getting rid of property taxes. And so we have a bigger battle than I think everybody understands. I think the battle is really significant. The journey is uphill. Having said all that in my soliloquy, I will say, I think that income tax would probably be my first go to, just because we just talked about that last year through campaigning. And I do believe it was more well-received than a levy. I understand what cops are. We talked about that a couple years ago with regard to ad hoc and all of that. I'm a little reserved on that one, because I would want to know the buildings that are eligible for that and what that amount would be. And I know we have one new board member, but I think that would require more education to our board around, more than has been presented, around the impact of that. I don't necessarily think it's a negative. I just think we need to also explore all options. But when we get this presentation for the strategic plan and the budget, I'm just really gonna invite that I want more information. I don't want it piece. I want to understand scenarios, revenues, and return on investment, academically and financially. So I'm just saying that right now. This is exactly what I'm looking for, so that we don't have to do a line item budget, because that was very painful. I don't want to do that, but those are the very questions that I'm going to be asking. So thank you.
All right, definitely appreciate that. This is, like I said, this is a mathematical exercise. Any request, you need a story, you need a narrative. I think and I like what you said about what's innovative, what's exciting, because you need something to capture people's imagination, because a lot of the needs we have, quite frankly, aren't very sexy, right? The deferred maintenance on facilities is critical. People aren't jumping up and down. Maybe Mr. Burkhart back there is. He may be jumping up and down around it, but it's hard to get people excited about that. It's hard to get people excited about inflation, the money we need to deal with inflationary increases. Again, not getting people excited. So I 100% agree with you, is that as we go forward, like, these are mathematical exercises that show us a range of possibilities, but really, like, those details that people can get around and think around and get excited about, are going to be the key as we move forward.
All right. Board Member Armbruster.
My first question is, when would we need to make a decision on putting something on the ballot for November, as Board Member Bolton out? Like, when would that be?
You have to do the final vote. It's like 90 days before the election. So traditionally, we would do that in August, like right
Yeah.
as the board of.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong with doing it sooner. In fact, there's some benefit. I mean, honestly,
I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't feel comfortable doing it right now.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know, like, what would the timeline look like?
Yeah.
Because a lot of it's going to depend on the strategic plan and all this other work. So I'm trying to get my head wrapped around it. I just need to know what that looks like.
There's definitely some benefit for doing it sooner to make everyone else react to you who might want to put stuff on the ballot.
Totally understood.
Just to give a little clarification, April, May is generally when we have done the first votes.
Yeah.
And again, it's for that reason, so that we can get it out earlier.
Yes.
So as a goal, if we were going to put something on, we would probably shoot for that April, May again.
Helpful. Thank you. And then I agree. I think these sizing scenarios, I saw them in December when you did them in the Budget and Finance Committee. Incredibly helpful. Thank you so much. It is super number heavy, but it's, like, incredibly useful to see what exactly the different things look like. And it helps because then when we do get some of the strategic plan stuff done, you can put stories to those numbers, right? So when you say we have, what does it say? Like $5 million set aside for new initiatives, it doesn't become a new initiative anymore. It's X, Y, and Z that we've already planned out, right? So super helpful. And then from a facilities perspective, it is not sexy, but it's also incredibly powerful when you think about telling a story about what our students are experiencing every day and what they need. We put the brand new people to our district from the lab school in a building that doesn't fully function. They have an entire portion of their building that is unusable, and it's their cafeteria. So these people came to our district and now are in a building that they can't use part of. And so it's like, I get it. I get it, but it's not the best impression that we're giving these people that entered into our district for the first time. So it's $1 million expense. We don't have that money. What are we going to do to fix it? We need to do this sooner rather than later. And while it's not necessarily sexy, it is compelling to talk about we have desperate needs in these buildings that are historic and beautiful and dilapidated.
I am going to both give my comments and then also invite the superintendent to invite whoever up if they're going to be part of the next presentation as I do so, because I'm going to try and keep us back on my track. But I just want to really say three things. One, I think whatever we're going to do, we need to make that decision sooner than later. And I say that because regardless of who else goes on the ballot, if we're out there first, we have a better chance of putting our message out on what we are asking for money for in a way that may compel people to actually give us the dollars versus us coming out after and being the third one to the pool. So I would say we may not have time to wait for the strategic plan or anything else to connect with it. We may need to just do it. We're gonna do it, gotta do it early. The second thing is I do think this is an opportunity where we need to have a communications message before we roll out our vote. And the reason I say that is I don't think we're gonna sell. The thing that has sold things like Preschool Promise was preschool. The thing that sells levies to folks often is if there's something they can see that they think is of value to them, right? And I think when we talk about the number of schools around us and the private schools and other schools that have had to close because their buildings were not housable for kids, to ensure that our kids are not, like that might be something that is giving your kid a safe place to learn and grow. Maybe something that really touches to someone's soul, and that might be something they attach those dollars to and feel comfortable with. The method of how we do a levy, like whether it's a income tax, whether it's a property tax, I think there's some value in it, but I also don't necessarily know that if you have the right message, it doesn't matter, right? Like, and so we can figure out as a board what we feel comfortable as a strategy into that. But I think the first part of that really has to start with, if I'm giving you more dollars, what are you gonna do with them that benefits these kids so that you don't come back to me? And I say that also because we are watching other districts around us struggle to pass levies. That the reason they're struggling to pass levies is because their community says, I don't see the benefit to giving you this extra dollar. Right? Like if we look at some of the districts around us that, in a few years, may be struggling to even exist. They've been attached to scandals. They've been attached to a lot of other things that the voters then said, well, why am I giving you this extra dollar if you couldn't do X with this dollar? And so I think we need the message of what we're doing and what we will do before we go and say we're going to ask for. So that would be the only thing I would charge out, is to say, I think there's a space in the world to figure out what that thing is. The other thing I will say really quickly is just that the decision to put something on the ballot is a board decision. It's actually not a treasurer decision, it's not an administration decision. The amount that we said we want is a board decision. So while they can inform our decision, at the end of the day, we need to make a decision as to what is that dollar amount that we think is necessary to ask voters for to achieve the things that we want to achieve. In conjunction with, yes, what we're doing from a budget standpoint for next year, but to be quite honest, none of these dollars will touch, unless we write it out a certain way, most of these dollars will not touch the majority of next year's budget. Right. So so the reality is this is stuff for future years going forward. With that, I will turn it over to the superintendent for our next presentation.
So speaking of future years going forward, Mr. Gallahue has pulled together a few slides, pulling data from our current system to talk to you, share with you about anticipated enrollment.
Yeah, and enrollment really is kind of a foundational step to a lot of what we've talked about today. So this really on the slides, and what I'm going to kind of run through as the overview, is the high level impacts and what we're looking at for the way we develop enrollment, and what we've seen trend wise and all that kind of stuff, and really try to move us into the question part as quickly as I can, because this could get pretty dense if we really go into the details, right? But to start with, looking at what anticipated enrollment looks like really starts with looking at what our trend and history looks like. So the first table up here really just starts at October of 2018 and looks at our traditional projection models over the years and what our real enrollment was. So you can see going from each year what the delta was. Note the big one in October of 2020 is where we had the significant dip from COVID. And then in October of 21, we saw a pretty good rebound of that. And then that goes into what we've talked about throughout last year somewhat, where we've seen that trend since of a steady decline. You can see we had a little bit of a steep increase for October of 23, but year over year, we have been seeing a pretty standard decline. And you can capture there in the red section, I added a delta for the 4 years. So if we go back to October of 2021 and look at see where we were at after that little rebound, net over those 4 years, we have decreased by 1,628 students. So we've seen that downward trend continue, which brings us to what I would call our first projection. And traditionally, this would be the only projection we've done for a number of years prior to last year. We would look at that October's ADM snapshot year over year that we turn into the state. We factor in all the trend data, the external factors that we can account for, and that would be our projection that we start with. That would be our projection for the entire year. Starting last year, we started splitting that up, if you recall, into 3 projections. So we have the first one, which is the traditional, starts right now off that snapshot. Then once we finish the school selection process in the next week to 2 weeks, we'll start working on our second projection, which will count for what the students' selections were. So we can narrow down a little closer as to where those students are planning to go and adjust the numbers for the number of students we see electing what pathways. And then at the end of the year, we'll have, once we process our roll-up, which is really the matriculation of students from the current grade to the next grade, and we look at how many students we're placing that didn't go through the school selection, will give us even a firmer number, so we'll have our third projection. So this really is our starter, our first projection, which only calculates, like I said, that trend data, including some of the external factors we have, like the birth rate, as Ms. Brooks referred to earlier, it had been down considerably from COVID for a while. After COVID, we saw a period in 22, 23, 24, where it stabilized. It did not rebound, it didn't increase, but it stabilized. So we can see that from that stabilization, our P3, P4, and kindergarten cohorts hopefully will remain a little more stable this year than they had been in prior years. Also, we do have to factor in that right now, the external factors that we've talked about today, both financial, from those birth rates, from various other factors we've seen, the change in kindergarten, those aren't really necessarily reflected in that first projection. So the first projection, I'm going to use that, I'm overly using that word today, is 34,140, which really represents a stable enrollment. It's a slight increase of about 147, but that's kind of in the margin of error that we would expect. That it's really just going to be about stable based on all the information we have for that October snapshot. I do suspect as we go through the revisions, that will decrease. I mean, I think that looking at the trend, it is fair to say that the positive aspect of that will probably begin to dwindle down to be still within stable, but probably not as an increase. But we're really paying a lot of attention right now because it's a critical time for enrollment. If you recall, last year, we talked about, for 10 years, really, we've had a trend where we start at a high, and then throughout the year, we see some normal ups and downs through enrollment, but then it begins to steadily decline. So the second table, or the second chart, is looking at enrollment for this current year by a month-by-month basis. We see what we would expect to see. First was our projection. On September 1st, we were off from projection around 700 students. Again, recall we've talked a little bit about that, but about 500 of those were in preschool. So that was really where the bulk of that came from, which we expected to have some challenges with, and we expect, as again, Director Brooks mentioned, the enrollment throughout the year slowly eats away at that gap. So we can account for it to be, I think right now we're still probably around 200 off projection, but we're getting closer every day. But then we see in October and November, kind of a steady state until we get to the no-show part, where we start doing no-shows for students, withdrawing those students who have not either been there for the first day or consecutive days since then. So we see that dip. And then what we've seen, here's where it kind of diverges. For most of our history, we have seen, starting there at that December through the end of the year, really, the numbers are pretty stable with maybe a 20, 25 student per month decrease, and we'll drop a couple hundred students by the end of the year. That was the traditional we've seen over the past 10 years or so, minus the edge case years where like COVID. Last year, we saw a second path that was new for the first time in the 10 years, that we actually started seeing an increase in enrollment beginning from December and then through the end of the year, that second semester. It wasn't enough to completely offset what we would normally lose, but it netted up about 200 additional students that we would not expect to see in the previous years. So we saw a change in that trend. This year, we're hoping to see a similar one. But as you can see, moving from December to January, we actually took a much steeper decline than what we would have seen as an early indicator if that trend was going to hold this year. So, and then in the following 2 weeks, we dropped another 103 students. So actually the decrease this year was steeper even than what we'd seen in the past. Started to have a little bit of red flags, a little bit of, but then on the January 27th, a week later, we did see a pretty significant rebound of that, the 100 back up about 83, which puts us on average probably closer to what we've seen in a traditional year, where we're going to continue to see a decrease throughout the year. That would be the early indicators. So we'll have to continue watching that really close to see how the rest of that plays out this year. And obviously that'll influence the second and third projections as we move through and make those a little more accurate. Okay, next slide. I mean, I guess the overall message there is we are likely to continue to see a decline in enrollment. I don't think that's a surprise. We've mentioned it several times throughout the meeting today. But really the next question comes in terms of what are we doing about it, and where can we start targeting and identifying opportunities. So that's where we've put together the first part of this, which has been shared by the board a while now, but it's the first time we've went through it. So I'll take a real quick run through, if you don't care, Rob, to pull up that first link. This is very dense, and so I will try to give us just a quick run through to what we're looking at and how to read this overall. And there's a lot of hidden columns, so if you come back to it, there may be a lot more information here that breaks down age groups, grade bands, etc. But for the root of this, what this really is showing us is a breakdown of our quote-unquote market share by zip code. Zip codes don't necessarily overline nicely and cleanly with our neighborhoods, but we have tried to identify, what the most appropriately aligned neighborhood is to that zip code, or at least the majority component of that zip code. And this is really around census data, which is where it limits us more to the zip code specifically. In the blue section, you'll see students that are noted as known students through to CPS. So what that means is any student that receives services from CPS is a known student. That doesn't necessarily mean they're enrolled at CPS. They could be at a private or a non-pub, and then we get service to them. So we have data around that student to know where they're at. The green column represents the portion of those known students that are enrolled at CPS. That is pretty standard for what we have looked at historically when we talk about market shares, comparing how much of the CPS enrollment is a portion of those known students. What's new and what we've added is to look at what the census total looks like. So that is the census, most recent census data by zip code that includes all school-age children from 0 to 19. Unfortunately, the census doesn't align nice and cleanly to remove 1, 2, and 19. So it skews slightly, but the amount that it includes in those students is pretty proportional, so it's not skewed significantly percentage-wise. But when we begin to look at those census totals, the next column there in R shows what percentage of the census total children we know about. So for example, there in Northside, we know about 80% of those students that were captured in the census. And again, looking at those extra students, that's probably pretty good, pretty close. And then of course, the final column there shows the number of students that difference represents, or potential students, I should say. And as you scroll down through here, if you want to scroll down a little bit, Rom, you'll notice that this really starts to build an opportunities for marketing that we look at, and we can see there are zip codes. Of course, there are some that are at the edge of the city that we're just partially including of, and we would expect our known percentages to be relatively small. But there are some that if you look through there where there are thousands, and in fact, if you try to roughly eliminate, the 0, 1, 2, 3 or 0, 1, 2, and the 19-year-olds, and start looking at the percentage roughly of to what that zip code represents within CPS's boundaries, there are tens of thousands of students that are different between the census data and what we know about today. So that represents a strong population that we know, and we can use this to really map out where that population is, even down to what potential grade level and age levels they are, to target for our marketing and recruitment, and appealing to that population to bring them in as enrollment. The last two columns there really just represent those two methodologies of the market share. The red column, or mostly red column in W, is the traditional way, which is just the number of students that are enrolled at CPS versus the number of students we know about. The second column in X is looking at it from the percentage of students that are enrolled at CPS versus the total number from the census. And the difference between those are, looking at, we know about 60%, 65%, to, from a census basis, we have about 30%. I think it's 32-ish% of the students that could potentially be CPS students. Now, you want to go to that last link? Capturing all that, like I said, it's a very dense data set when you're looking at it in that way, right? So to try and make that a slightly easier and more digestible, this is a heat map that represents that same data set. It does operate on basically from clear, blue, green, yellow, red. The more towards the red end, the more of the market share we have based on that census data. And of course, so you would see the expected ones like Norwood, those around the edges of the city are closer to the clear area that we would have smaller market shares of, kind of expected. But the blue areas moving to the green and the yellow are breakdown in terms of where we have a lower market share based on the number of students that are available. And you can't click on any of them and it'll give you the specific market share percentage that we have. So that's the quick run through, and I will open to any questions or any other direction we want to go within any of this.
And I just want to give a little bit of background around why we were talking about this, is because this is a conversation I asked to be put on for this meeting, in part because a lot of what we will decide around what our numbers will look like from the state are built on enrollment. And what we have traditionally looked at from enrollment was the students who we knew about. And in a lot of ways, the students we don't know about are the students who never interact with the district in some form or fashion. And there are opportunities to get them to interact, if not, come to the district. And so this is another part of what we may look at from a strategic direction when we think about future years and our strategic plan. So I wanted to give a little bit of that background. Is a little bit of a project that really taps into some of the other things that we're able to do with technology now that we're utilizing to know where our students are, know where our potential students are, and know how we can drive more from a communications and marketing stance. So I will open up to any comments from board members. Vice President Moffitt.
So I do agree that this is helpful for the strategic plan, but this is also helpful, Director Gullahue, around what you said around marketing. So my question to you, can you go back to the last slide, to the original slide? The trend, you said that, and I want to be clear, you said that we were trending down, but then we regained some of those students in December? Is that right?
Yeah, on the month over month for this year? Correct.
Okay, so do we have zip code data of the students who are returning? And my question is aligning with kind of figuring out why they're returning. Like, of those students, where are they coming from? Do we know why they're returning to us? We're not capturing all of them, but I have a theory, and I'm wondering if we could intentionally, you said it's an opportunity for marketing, but I'm wondering if we could capture, if we have that data around the ones that are coming back, where they're coming from, what zip codes they're coming from, and or what schools they're coming from, to look at what schools are sending them back.
Yeah.
And why, and what grades. And I have another question around grades, but go ahead.
So to kind of a two-part question. In the first part, in terms of do we have data for where they're coming from, which zip codes, which schools? Yes. Like, we can disaggregate all of that. Would you click on the link at the bottom of that? I think that one you can click on directly. All right, never mind. So I will fix that, but then you'll be able to click on that link, and it actually does, it doesn't have it broke down to zip code or school yet, but the breakdown that you can link there does have the grade level, so you can at least see where the grade level changes are for all of the years that were included there. And then we can disaggregate it further from the data standpoint. The second question in terms of do we know why they're coming back, I think largely is no. I don't believe that there's a mechanism that we currently have, at least from a data standpoint, to where we gather any kind of a survey or a direct response as a student enrolls, like, why are you enrolling with us today?
Sure.
So I don't think there's any way that we capture that currently that would be reportable.
Well, I think that part of the why is really a conversation, or
Sure,
when they're
right.
coming back in, do we ask that question? If we don't ask that question, it's very simple to solve in my mind. But I am interested in the schools that they're coming from, which we should be able to capture because they're coming from somewhere and they're being re-enrolled into CPS. Well, are they being re-enrolled into CPS, or are they just enrolling?
No, these are net changes. So it could be a student out and a unique student coming in that offsets that count or increases. These are not necessarily returning students from anywhere.
Okay.
It's not like they were at CPS, left, and then came back.
Well, do we know that? Or
We can, yeah,
Okay,
we do
so we
have,
can get the
we
data.
do have aggregate that shows those number of students as well, which largely is not going to be the population that makes this up. So in fairness, that's a smaller number that's going to be relevant to these counts. This is really going to be the number of students leaving versus the unique students coming in. And that transition, the offset, or which side is gaining ground faster, right?
Sure. And then you said that we would be able to see grades once that link is fixed. Because I'm interested in where they're coming to. So are they coming to the central corridor? Are they coming to the west corridor, the east corridor? Are they coming to a Montessori? And again, in my mind, it's looking at where they're coming from and we can figure out the why. But even if we don't have the why, where are they coming to within our district and what grade? So that would be great.
Yeah, I can certainly add that.
Other board members? Board member Matt?
So I just want to say, I appreciate you for owning that we have declined. And the reason why I say that is because for several meetings, I've spoken about our enrollment is declining, and we present it as though it has not been an issue. So for you to directly state, I'm saying this because we are seeing a steadily decline. So I appreciate now that level of transparency that I don't think was there previously. So thank you for that. My questions are kind of opposite. Because we're seeing a steadily decline, yes, some of it may be attributed to birth rate, but for the things that's not connected to the birth rate, why are we seeing students maybe unenrolling or not enrolling in our district? That's what I would like for us to target. When students are leaving us, in order to go to another school, we have to release their records. There has to be some communication. So is there a method where we're collecting that information? Is there an exit survey so that we can then begin to target how we market and retain our students? And I'm glad that I know we'll get to it in the strategic plan conversation, but there is more conversation around the marketing piece that I've also asked for us to make sure that we're facilitating with the collaboration of our Miss Sheely Green. So I just wanted to own that, because in order for us to really make change in this area, we have to call out what is, and we were not doing that before. So I don't know what has changed, or if there's more that we need to be concerned about with the numbers that's declining, as you shared. But thank you for at least being transparent today.
Certainly, and I think, in continuing the transparency, I apologize if there was any impression of that not in the past. I think we get into some challenges when we talk about enrollment, which will help answer your other question somewhat, in perspectives of how we're talking about enrollment really can change those terminologies. So when we look at it like from our projections, we're down 700. We take out the 500 for preschool, and we're only looking at it if we're 0.5 off. We're only down 200 from here, and that sounds much better than when we finally take this kind of look at it, where we can aggregate all of that together to say our total delta of what's actually happened, and not just within a smaller scope. And that, I believe, is what changed in terms of this analysis versus what I've probably talked about in the past, at least for my interaction.
Okay.
That plays a little bit into the second part of your question in terms of, I don't think it's as clean as we would like. We do have the mechanisms in place that there is, when a student leaves for whatever reason, the question is like, where are you going? Why are you leaving? Right? The challenges with that are they are not required to tell us. And most students, while we do have a number of withdrawals that will provide information, that is not typically the pathway most students take. Most students don't show up. We may get told we're not coming back to school, but they don't tell you where they're going, why they're leaving. That's just not information that we can require them to give us, and typically is not. Again, could we have an opportunity to tighten our processes around trying to get that? Absolutely. But it is certainly a challenge that is not something we can require them to do. But where we have that information, and this also gets a little, for lack of a better term, squirrely when we're talking enrollment, because enrollment is a living thing. When we talk about it in these terms, even today, these are really snapshot data, and it's presenting it kind of as it's almost, I don't want to say misleading, but lack of a better term, it's almost not really what the state is basing it on, and not really what we look at for all of the different enrollment impacts that we have. This is talking about the raw number of students that we have on the books that are supposed to be reporting to school. And that's generally what we always look at and talk about during school years. At the end of that, and really, it's an ongoing negotiation with the state on a weekly basis in terms of, okay, how many of those students actually count to CPS versus somewhere else? When the students with us, once they hit an accountable level, it doesn't matter if they stop coming to school, that student is still accountable to CPS until we can either provide the adequate documentation for withdrawal or show that they're going somewhere else, or the state recognizes another school reporting, this student is now here. And even when that happens, typically that's a case where both school districts are reporting it until the reconciliation happens at the end and the state comes back and says, oh, wait, it can't be at two places. So one of these is wrong. Who's right and who's wrong? And then we have to go back and forth. And sometimes it's even involves working with another district to figure out where that student then actually belongs. And in that time frame, those students, while they're still enrolled, are counting against attendance and chronic absenteeism, which further complicates all of that together. So it's really an ongoing negotiation with the state. And that also can muddy the waters a little bit with enrollment.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think just one thing that you called out, though, was like you stating real enrollment numbers. So when we are communicating our narrative out and we're saying that we're 36,000 or 35,000, that muddies the waters, obviously, because people are going to assume, we even assume that this is what our enrollment count is, when it's very different, right? So it can be misleading in how we're even communicating out our enrollment. And then just the question that I have, as you pulled up the heat map, I'm just curious to know how much, I guess, the city will play a part in our enrollment in terms of, if we're thinking about like development and things of that sort. Are we able to, or do we know of certain areas that we are seeing a decline in the enrollment, maybe because of just the changing dynamics in the community? And if there's anything, as we're talking about marketing and talking about where we are able to increase our market share, if we're able to work collaboratively, I guess, with the city to help build that enrollment.
Again, always an opportunity for improvement, but we do have some interaction with them in terms of knowing, like you say, some major developments, but mostly very major kind of things. Smaller ones, not so much. The smaller level stuff that we typically find out about, or our schools and the community members that are in that community provide the feedback through our schools to us, and we do try to include that in like projections and the work that we do around all of this. But most of that information comes directly from either the community or the schools. The city is mostly on the major side. So again, definitely an opportunity for improvement, but we do work with them somewhat. Point point of privilege just because in transparency, right? The thing that we're talking about, I do think to that point, as we continue to talk around the finances and our strategic plan, to recognize the difference between what we're saying in terms of real enrollment, right? When we say the 34,000-ish students, we are talking about that raw count. When we talk about the funded number of students from the state, of course, that only includes preschool disability, not preschool gen ed. But so we take that off the top. The remaining difference between that in the normal payments we receive from the state twice a month. So we're saying our enrollment is 33,700. What the funded enrollment is closer to 31,500.
Thank you very much.
So there is a significant difference between our raw enrollment of students on our books versus what we get paid for. And again, that is a negotiation that's always ongoing with the state. So just wanted to offer that because I do think that's important information.
Other board members, Board Member Bolton?
Thank you. Appreciate the numbers as always, and I like the zip code approach. I am going to correct you. You have listed here North College Hill as well as College Hill. On this.
Yeah, I'll look and see.
As a
Darn that AI.
College Hill.
I'll blame it on AI.
That's wishful thinking.
What can I say? But no, I didn't quite follow the whole transparency thing. I do think that the numbers are important. I like that really simple graph that shows actual market share that says, okay, this is how many of the market are going to charter, this is how many are going to parochial private, and here's us. I mean, so what is that by your top of your, or somewhere on one of these links? What's the market share among what has now been created, 3 school systems?
So that is difficult to answer in terms of what we're looking at now, because really the way that we had done that traditionally was, like I said, was based on what we know, the students we know about. And so if we look at it, I don't have the division equally, but based on, if we look at that same methodology, just the number of students we know about because we can say where they're enrolled at, we're at around 65%. And so without the split, that would leave everyone else with the remaining 35.
Okay. I think part of the narrative must continue to be that this school district, as an urban district, is not in decline enrollment-wise the way other urban districts are, both in our state and really around the country. So we are at least, let's have a compromise and say it's stable. The reason I say that is because in 2008, with the facilities master plan, it was envisioned by this time, no, not by this time, but by 2/3 of the way through the facilities master plan, we would be at 28,500 students. Now, and that's how many buildings they were willing to fund us. That's why we had to add 6 buildings. Hook or crook, that's what we did. We added schools. So we are not in enrollment decline. We are in stable, and that's almost a victory. But what I would say is that we are in danger of decline if we don't have a progressive, transformative strategic plan, or we might not ever be in full decline as the rest of the school districts, even that are surrounding us, are going to be closing. We have to keep that in mind as part of our enrollment as well. And some of them are actually contiguous to us that are in greatest concern. And we have to be worrying about that situation. So for the enrollment piece, I keep in my mind the 28.5, but the other piece is the market share. Because part of this market share issue for me is that when, let's say the facilities master plan, they hadn't even anticipated with the facilities master plan, a complete charter system being in place. In the last 20 years or less, we've seen a complete charter system come out of nowhere, basically at our cost, because they're not leaving the Catholic schools to go to charter schools. And then the other reality is now, most recently, besides the epidemic and the COVID and all that kind of stuff, the other piece is that we've now are watching universal vouchers. And the universal vouchers are now taking some folks away. And the ones that they're taking away are not the economically disadvantaged children. The ones they're taking away are the families that can afford it anyway. And that's what's happening in the state of Ohio. So all things considered, I worry greatly about the stabilization of the enrollment. And I believe very firmly that part of that is Cincinnati City's development plan was not to have families move back. That's not their plan. They wanted singles, they wanted young professionals. They have eliminated, the city and the federal government have eliminated any number of public housing projects where there were families and children to be taught, and we're about ready to get rid of another one. Okay? We have not necessarily, the thing I would point to Kendra's point of view on the enrollment piece, thank goodness for expanding preschool from an enrollment standpoint. It doesn't count with the state, but it counts with us. But also, thank God for the involvement and the increase in our immigrant and refugee students and population, because that's where we've seen the greatest growth. And we've also seen the greatest growth too in those number of children that we get, now it's a percentage of children regarding ones that need learning help. So that the expensive, you have to financially, you want to be able to have enough students that are not that expensive to educate. I mean, it becomes a financial decision. So all those things have entered into it. So I'm not into that we've not had growth, because we're certainly, I don't know, 5,000 more than the state said we would be. And it probably would have been less than that, because that was only 2/3 into it. But we've also seen this increase, both of vouchers, seen the arrival of a charter system, and now the state, and you've heard me say it before, the state of Ohio and taxpayers in Ohio cannot afford 3 school systems being publicly funded, period. So that's the end of my tirade, but 28, but I'm telling you, think about that, folks, because 20 years ago and 15 years ago, school boards sat not in this room, but in the big room, and we kept being told by the state, you're going to have no more than 28,000. So no, we're not going to give you enough money for what you really need, because you are going to be in decline. Well, we didn't, and we haven't, and we have made an effort to be a growing urban district. I think against all kinds of odds, and I think it's something to be proud of. But I appreciate the transparency and the real numbers to deal with. But I won't say we're in decline. And very frankly, if that becomes part of our narrative, you're not going to pass a levy anyway.
All righty. I'll make some quick comments and again, my effort to get us back on track on time-wise. But I want to first thank Dr. Gauhue for bringing this presentation. In part, this is a conversation that he and I had before. And it really is also to alert us of the fact that there are folks who never touch our district, who we really do need to figure out what's the best ways to draw those folks back into the district. I think there is a conversation around how do we keep people here? How do we attract new students in? And how do we attract really the parents of students? Because the student who's in the 3rd grade doesn't decide what school they want to go to. And the parent says, this is what you can go to, this is what you can't, right? So I do think there's a need to do that, right? Like we need to have that conversation, and I think that's something superintendent's been on board with, trying to figure out how do we market and how do we reach out and talk to those students and talk to those parents. This also aligns with stuff that we're going to have to do for our strategic plan, which is going to be our next conversation. So I'm trying to do a little transition also, but the reality is that whatever we do long-term has to be thinking about where do we gather new folks in, where do we gather new resources in, where do we do something different than what we're doing now? Yeah. And that's part of it. is bringing in new students, touching the homes of people that we don't normally touch in new ways that we haven't done before. So I think it's a great opportunity if and part of this also stems from my thought process is around where we see city population changes, and this is definitely a conversation as Board Member Ron Brewster is our new liaison with the city, to have that real conversation with them about where are we finding homes for families that keep them in the district, that
This is
also keep them
awful.
on bus routes, to keep them on, spread them out throughout the city instead of having concentrations of poverty and concentrations of families in one part of the city, not others. But it's all a part of a growing conversation that we will have as we keep moving towards the strategic plan. Really quick.
So I feel a little bit like I'm in the I didn't see what I just saw type era. We are numerically declining from 30 from that data. The numbers are not increasing. I understand projections, but I want to, I just don't, I don't want to be made to feel like I didn't see what I just saw, because I know I saw what I saw. However, I want to invite the administration to align a plan, as we talk about strategic plan, to get the data that we're talking about and where we're declining, where we have declined, and we need a marketing plan to go with that talks about capturing those students in those zip codes or from those schools. But I really want to make sure that we are very clear that this is an opportunity for us to educate. I'm not as worried about the city, but the community around what we are offering, that's a marketing issue, and that's also an engagement issue. So we can, if we have the data, which you said that you have, then we can find out where to target. But I think as we talk about strategic plan and as we move into what we're gonna do moving forward, that should also be a part of what we are expecting the consulting company and the administration to do, which is look at where we can capture to actually grow. That was what I signed up for, was a growth plan. So I'm gonna invite everybody to use this data so that we can grow. But I know what I saw when I saw it. I feel like my eyes is lying and they're not. So thank you for that extra time.
And again, as I'm trying to tee up here, the conversation with our strategic plan has to be a global message. It can't be one item here and there. So what we really are going to push for an idea around is what are all of those things, and this is going to be something we do in each of our board meetings coming up over the next few months. What are those things that will drive the district to success, and what does that success look like? So as I transition that point, I'm going to take a little personal privilege from the superintendent for a moment here with the strategic plan deal. So we did meet with the four companies that we're going to work with Rice, and we interviewed all of them. We've got some discussion still to do to select someone that is going to be provided as services from the Greater Cincinnati Foundation. So it's a donation of services, not cash, which means we don't have to do another RFP or anything to that process. They just provide the services and we accept it. But the hope and the goal of the conversations that we were able to have with them and information we were able to gather from them really was splintered around what is the district going to look like in the future. And how do we get someone in who understands how to think through those strategic plan ideas, to think through those methodologies and the ways to get the information, both through engagement and through development ideas, things that we're doing, things that we're successful in, things that we have opportunities to improve upon. All of those things are things that we're going to need a strategic plan to build on. And so I wanted to put it on the agenda today to offer out some of the things. I think where we originally thought this would be is not exactly where we are right now with it, because I think we still have to decide kind of what's the format to whoever we select and how we would begin the engagement process. And so there were some strategies that were offered in those discussions around things like having an internal steering committee that would be focused around what are the processes and procedures and the things that the district does that would steer that part of it. There was conversations around having an advisory committee that was focused around the families, outside members, church groups, all these folks who are connected to the district, may not necessarily be on an LSDMC, may not necessarily be a parent this year of a child, may not necessarily be a teacher or whatever in the district. So like there were opportunities to have folks from both internal and external to be part of some type of advisory through the process, as well as through other engagement methods. And so I think where we initially thought we would be at before we had our meeting on Friday is a little bit different than where we are now. But I do think it's helpful for us to kind of talk through what might be, as superintendent and I and Treasurer Guston go back to the members of the Greater Cincinnati Foundation, as well as the Cincinnati Business Committee, just to discuss what might be potentially those goals that we want to set forth in whatever we say we want to build a strategic plan to fix or to head towards. So I wanted to just give some space today to see if there are some themes or some goals or some loftier expectations, some more general things that we as a board might want to say, this is what we want to give directive towards. So then when we build the agreements with the two groups, if those are things that we can incorporate in and bring a plan back from them to bring to you all that's more concrete. And I say that in part because we're going to do that in the next week or two. Like, it's not going to be like by February 9th, in theory, we should have something that comes back to the full board that says, this is what they propose they can do. This is how we would go about it. These are the steps and all that. I think we thought we would be able to presuppose a little bit of that. And then people came with their own suggestions in those conversations that were not a part of our original thought process, or maybe weren't thought of in the same way. I shouldn't say weren't a part of it, but, and is that fair kind of?
I agree 100%. Very great conversations, but this, what we submitted for your review, will look completely different as we finish the process from yesterday.
And again, the hopes would be that we would get all of this, like I kind of gave us a deadline to get it all done so we could have it for the February 9th board meeting to be approved. And so that we can start reaching out to the public to get them involved early. Because I do think what our hope is that we would have both engagement in the beginning, right? Engagement to find out like what people need, what value, that type of deal, and engagement along the way that would be focused on as ideas come up, as suggestions come up, as concepts come up, they'd be a part of that process. But I wanted to give space here for board members to give their thoughts on kind of where those goals might be. So board member, she put her hand all the way up. I appreciate following the class.
You know when I want to talk. There's no question. So just to clarify, right now, for this portion of the meeting, we are going to set this stuff to the side and just focus on providing feedback on what we would like to see as high-level goals to provide direction as you guys go into the conversations. Is that correct?
Yes, and part of it is because we had a application that we will not, that we may still use. I'm not saying we're not going to use it, but we may reformat and rethink of how it would be used to collect different people along the way in the process.
I just wanted to clarify what our goal was for this portion of the meeting. Super helpful, and thank you both or all of you. I'm sure it's more than just the two of you. Everyone that's putting in the work for that that goal. It's a big ask. It's a big lift, especially here in the beginning to get it kicked off. So thank you so much. As far as goals go, I mean, I think the ultimate goal is what everyone's going to say, which is improve student outcomes, which is very true, but also kind of vague. And so in my background with strategy, I think the most important thing you can do is have a inspiring vision that you're working towards with that strategy. Because without that, it doesn't really make sense. So I think as a board, as a leadership team, as a district, we need to decide who we want to be for our students in 10 years, in fact, like in the long term, to say, this is what we want to look like for our students. This is what we want our students to leave our schools with. And then your strategy builds into that, right? So if we say we want to be the greatest career tech district. I mean, that's an example. I don't know that that's what we want, but let's say we want every student that leaves our building to be prepared to enter the workforce or enter college. And we want to be the top district in the country for that. That's great. That's the vision. And then your strategy, it all plays into it, right? Everything you do from your strategy goes up to that vision. I think until you know what that is, you can't really build this strategy because it's just going to be putting pieces together towards something that you don't know. It's an unknown. So I know we're working on a very fine timeline here. I think this is the time to make those decisions, even if it's quick. That's just my personal perspective. I think it helps everything kind of coalesce. I think it helps people to buy in. I think it helps the community buy in. We need to decide where we want to go for these kids.
Thank you. Board Member Bolden.
Just a point of clarification, are we trying to do the goals that would be achieved by the strategic plan, or are we talking about the goals as to how the strategic plan is going to be conducted?
I think what I'm asking for are like our pillars of what we would want them to build, whatever their recommendation of a plan. So that when we ask a vendor to build us their pathway to creating a plan, right? So like there's steps in the process.
Okay.
Like, do we expect board engagement in this process? Do we expect
There,
community?
okay.
Like
No.
these things that are the things that we want to have as part of the.
We're not talking about our vision for the district.
Not fully yet.
And I hope not, because we haven't heard from the folks. So, but I want from this strategic planning, first of all, I'm concerned that somehow what we thought of has been changed based upon the dialogue, but that's what dialogue's about. And I don't know who's driving what, but I would like, based upon our very recent conversation regarding levy, I would like to see that at the end of the strategic plan, there is some third party, there is some expert effort to be able to not only help us build that parallel financial thing, which is required in both the superintendent and the treasurer's work, not just that financial plan with the strategic plan, but I would like some outside source or force to kind of give us be able to say that they looked at all of our books and looked at the financial plan. So I would like that to be built in, maybe not community, but an expert or a group of experts. I think that was incredibly important for the preschool. And I think that it has to be repeated in some way as we look to the future.
Other members? Board Member Matt?
Just a thought, I'm just thinking back to the superintendent search, and I really liked how Alma was that consulting group that spearheaded and or at least from my end, I don't know, so you all can correct me, you were on the board at that time, but really facilitated a lot of the work. And I think it was done in a very objective manner where that they were able to get, community input, student input, teacher input, just you all's input, and be able to synthesize that information to help drive the work. So I would be interested in seeing something along those lines where we know that it will be very objective in how we're driving the strategic plan. And obviously, I'm always going to, as we talked about, making sure we're advocating for with the strategic plan that is connected to academic results. And then as we've talked about, what that marketing strategy will look like as well, to make sure that not only we're retaining our students, but actually growing our district and discussing what those offerings are that we have.
That's great. That's great. And again, I think just to give a little caveat of information that was shared with us is that, like, again, some of those, each one of the groups talked about doing things like observations of the classrooms, observations of the schools, to also understand the culture, right, as part of that definition. So I think there's a space to have some of that conversation around what that looks like towards building a growth plan as well as a marketing plan. Dr. Moffett, do you have anything?
I kind of do. I was just sitting here reflecting on what has been shared, and I know it hasn't, when, remember Matt brought up the superintendent search. We still have data from that around what the community wanted, and I'm very interested, although I know it is a couple years out. Some of that data is very significant around aligning with what we can probably pull some themes out as far as aligning with what the community wanted to see. What I would like to see is the consulting company utilize that data as a foundation to build upon. Where are there gaps? Where are there some things that may need to be updated? At that time, several years ago, we had ESSER money, so people felt like we had more money to spend than we do. But I think that it is prudent to use that as a place to start. I'm concerned with the timeline being so short that their thinking is that they have to kind of come in and recreate a wheel. And I don't know if that wheel recreation will be as relevant and aligned to where we've already been. So my suggestion is that they receive data from the previous search. I'm talking about community data. I'm not talking about person data. And utilize that. And I know the board had received several reports, so we have some of that as well. I do think it is also, it's significant to me that the board is involved. I understand the need to have this be administrative driven because it is tied to administrative goals. But I am very concerned that the board is taking a second position and it needs to be more aligned with a first position because the board is responsible to the community. And the administration is responsible to get this done. I think that there is a potential for the insertion of bias, and that needs to not happen. So I think we can prevent that from the beginning by utilizing data that's already been available. We need to see it as well because some of us weren't here when we did those engagement sessions. And I do believe that the board should be invited to participate in and involved directly with the engagement of whatever the consulting company does. I don't think it should be a one-off. I don't think it should just be, we hire a consultant and then they go out and do it. It needs to be aligned with a board member attending and engaging as well. I'm going to bring it up again. I was sitting on the STEP committee, which is what it was called back then, and we had those pillars, and a board member and a staff member were kind of partnered together. If we don't do that, then I believe the engagement piece that's done to the community could have the same type of engagement where staff is there, the consultant is there, and a board member is there. We, at a very minimum, need to be invited because we are responsible to the community. That's it. That's just it. And so those are some of my cursory thoughts around what should happen. I appreciate the work that you all are doing with engaging the business community and engaging the Greater Cincinnati Foundation, but I do also want to maintain that we were elected to represent the community. And so we need to make sure that we are aligned with and can support those goals. And I do think that one other thing I want to say, as we progress on, there needs to be constant contact with the community around our progression. I constantly hear the rushed timeline, but this is another opportunity. Maybe we need to create a page off the website that talks about where we are in the strategic plan. Just because people don't engage directly as far as filling out an application and sitting at the table with us doesn't mean that they will not be able to give us some robust commentary around where we should be. So I'm gonna again invite the administration to be very creative around utilizing the consultant, making sure that the board is involved
and keeping the community engaged in real time around where we are in the process.
Go to you 1 second here. I'm just going to give quick thoughts to provide a little bit of also clarity on what some of the expectations that we were hearing from them and things that they were stating. I don't think any consultant wants to come in and reinvent the wheel. And in fact, one of the things that when we talked about them working with Rice, we talked about the fact that Rice had already a pre-existing relationship with the district and past work, pre-existing relationship with the community, and that almost every vendor that met with us said, so you mean we don't have to hire somebody now? So like, they were like, you got somebody on the ground already? Oh, that's great. Like that. So I think that in that aspect of it, the idea is that they're not going to come in and reinvent, but they want to, the first steps would be to do an assessment of what exists. So I think to everyone's points of things that were important and those things, there'll be a time to also do those conversations. I just wanted to also reiterate I think there's a vast need to understand where we're going as a state towards education, that unfortunately we don't shape, right? And the best way we position ourselves is by the work that we're about to do in the strategic plan. So I do think if it becomes an issue where it's a time issue, that may be something the board has to look at and say whether or not our timeline that we set for it is the appropriate timeline. I'm not saying we do that today. I'm just saying that's something that we as a board would need to think about, because I do think that also gets into the level of engagement, the level of communication you have. Is if you're doing this over 3 months, it's a lot different feel to folks when they have more time to be able to participate. But I'm going to go to board member Mapp. She's taking a drink there. This is my great timing.
Just a question. I know the previous strategic plan was in conjunction with the goals and guardrails. Or it kind of framed a lot of that work. And I'm just inquiring about, is from the board level, is there still an appetite for that level of, I guess, that framework as we're moving forward with the next strategic plan?
It's a good question. I mean, I will say the last time we did a comprehensive strategic plan was many years ago. So like the ones we've done the last few times have really just been like, how do we get from point A to point B? This would be a lot more comprehensive. And so when Vice President Moffitt refers to like her work on the strategic plan, that was a much more comprehensive strategic plan than what we've done the last few times. We've also kind of let go of some of the goals and guardrails framework. So in that sense, what we still do, well, how will that fit in? I think is a valid question to ask to the board members to see what their thoughts are.
Are you asking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Board member Armbruster.
A couple of things. One, I totally agree with Vice Chair Moffitt in that I have been concerned that in none of the engagement proposals I have seen, there has been mention of the board. I don't know if that's been just an error or what, but absolutely the board should be present in this conversation. We are in charge of making sure that this district is on track. And if we don't have a say in the direction it's going, I don't think it's fair for us to be in charge of making sure it's on the way. And two, when I say vision, I was not implying that we should do that work today, but you asked me what the goals should be, and I think one of the goals should be setting a vision. So just clarifying that. And then on your question, I was not here for the goals and guardrails or whatever they're called. I would never suggest framing any strategy in the negative the way that those are. It's very confusing. So I please get rid of them.
You would have been part of the unanimous vote to get rid of the
I don't know about
negative.
unanimous, been part of a vote. And again, like it's a framework that we are not actually operating under anyway right now. So like we've stepped away from the SOFG model. That was a decision the board made to do. So does it not have to be? But I welcome any other members who may have thoughts on that particular question that was asked. Vice President?
So I'll share, while we walked away from the model formally because of budget, I think primarily, and because of how we were framing it, I still think that the teeth of what we all wanted was there around high student outcomes, goals. I don't know about the guardrails piece, but I think that data we all aligned with. Like, you know, you're gonna not, I hate to say it the way they did, but don't let the discipline data number fall below this. But so those themes are absolutely there. And I think we could as a group reframe them so that we're more comfortable. But because I think the bulk of what we intended, and I would say I think the majority of people intended the theme to be consistent, and it's there, to answer your question. So that model, as far as formally being SOFG, no, but yeah, we did that work, and it's significant, and it's a lot. So I would welcome us to take that, kind of reframe it, and don't necessarily call it goals, guardrails, but there's so much data there that we wanted to preserve. And I think looking at the strategic plan moving forward, maybe we do come up with some board goals, maybe, you know, some things that, some parameters. Yeah, and maybe we just don't call them that, because I think that part we could build upon because we're already really there, I think. And this would be a great time to do it. I'm not opposed to that.
Board Member Bolton?
Yeah, two or three things to touch on. I think I was terribly impressed with the Alma people in their engagement process. And I think regardless of what ultimately happened, I do think that they found one of the most talented people in education to be our superintendent at that time. It just wasn't the appropriate fit for us or them or whatever. But their engagement process was quite good. It was heavy student, heavy staff, heavy community, lots of stakeholders, board involvement, some partnering up there and what have you. The one thing that I would argue against that they did that I don't want to see another group do is that as it got closer and closer to the end, they imposed some arbitrary limits on who was going to be on the list. Do you remember this? It was like, oh, you have to have this person. And we did, in the end, turn away some very highly qualified people that on a longer list, or if a space hadn't already been taken care of. So their front load was outstanding. But there was some arbitrary things happening, and you started to think, well, they were kind of guiding us a little too much in a particular direction. But they're very good.
I will just conclude, since I asked about the goals and guardrails, as I don't think my mic was on. I do think for this strategic plan to work, as any plan, right, that's comprehensive, there has to be some targeted, specific, goal that we're working on. In terms of the guardrails, I know that there's a lot of people that didn't like it because obviously the language or the semantics around it. But I do think to Vice Chair Moffitt's point, we do have to have the perspective of the community and what they value. And so I do appreciate that piece and that lens that the guardrails brought to make sure that, hey, we are honoring this, and we will make sure that we are doing our due diligence to not only ensure the outcome of these goals, but also protect these values that our community have as well.
And so what I do invite board members to do, so one, I invite board members to go grab some chips and cookies and donuts, because we still got a bunch left. But what I do invite board members to do is over the next few days into mid next week to just share any additional things that you think are the more thematic things that we want to make sure that whatever group is going to help build the strategic plan understands that's the expectation and responsibility is part of that process. I think there will be a separate conversation once someone's selected as to what are those goals that we set for the 3 to 5, the 4-year, whatever length of time we decide. And that's probably another thing we decide on, what length of time we want the strategic plan to cover. But I think there's an expectation to, we originally started with 4 years, but there's we can always change that. So that's what I mean. Like, what's best based on what we now have opportunities, resources for, and based on what we may be doing from a levy perspective and other things, like all these other things that might be a factor in that. So I think there'll be plenty of time as we go forward to have both board input, community input, but also to do it in a way that manages a set of goals that then we can build a strategic plan around. Yes, really quick.
Can we have sent out to all board members again, because two of them were not here, the reports from Alma around engagement? Because they did that work, but
I'm sure
I
if,
think that might be Ms. Phyllis. I don't know.
It is.
I think if we have the information, we can share that. And I think maybe a better way of sharing it is to just make it a shareable document that we can have everybody have access to. That way, you know, we just folks can access it and view it. And then we kind of have it there for in the future. All right. I'm going to move us along to our next topic, and then just reminding folks, I ain't providing y'all lunch today, so.
I'm sorry, I just have one quick question
Yes.
before we move along. So I know we received the committee application, so for people that are interested in doing work on the, we're holding off on.
We're holding off on that until we've officially received, to officially selected
Okay.
the vendor.
Okay.
Because, and ultimately, just again, more information on that, Rice will likely be principally doing a lot of the engagement with the community. And so we want to also allow them to, if they want to set a website up, if they want to do whatever, to figure out the best method of communicating that out to folks. Yep. Alrighty, so our last, our only board matter topic that was brought forth during, before the meeting was slowed out, was around our middle school categories, and now we're defining those two. I see Assistant Superintendent Badgett coming up to the front here, so he's already ready, but I will pass the baton to Vice President Moffitt to kind of introduce the discussion and then open it up for response.
So thank you. I wanted us to, we really as a board have not defined whether our middle schools should be, or new schools, I should say, should be middle schools or junior high schools. And when we talked about the growth plan and the ad hoc and all that, we just kind of just brushed over it. And so I think that there's space for us to truly help the administration from the board level define what a middle school is, define what a junior high is. Quite honestly, we've got one school that's got little people and then, 4 through 8. And so I don't know if we've really done our due diligence around what is a middle school, what does that mean? I got the one book, but I know some of our principals have been trained on that. But I think that the board should kind of drive that while we're talking about names. I know Board Member Bolton says the board decides names. And as we do that, we need to understand if we're calling something junior high, what does that really mean? If we're calling something middle school, what does that really mean? And I just don't think we've given enough time as a board to those conversations. So I wanted to ask Superintendent Murphy if we could have a conversation, and this probably will be a continual conversation, not just for today, around what is a middle school and then what is a junior high, and then we as a board come together and give some direction to the administration around alignment of what we currently have in our growth plan. So I guess I'm turning it over to Assistant Superintendent Badgett.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you, next slide, please? So like Dr. Moffitt said, we do have different models, different grade bands across our 6 middle schools / junior highs. When I presented in December, I know I gave you guys a big packet. With that, inside the packet, we are following the middle school model across all of those 6 campuses. And you can see up there, again, this is not new to you. You've seen this before, so I won't read it word for word, but we are following the middle school model for those campuses. Those principals and staff have been trained, and we're continuing the middle school model. Next slide. And one more. Thank you. And you can see what we put everything in buckets. So across those 6 campuses, instructional focus, teacher collaboration, culture and climate, and scheduling was our priority in year 1. That'll be going into year 2 as well. So making sure we put our emphasis and resources on those items. across our 6 campuses. And we're still doing the engagement piece, far as, I won't say recommendation for school names, but just getting input from our students and our staff on campuses regarding school name.
Okay. I think there was a overarching question that might be attached to this, so I want to give you just a little bit more chance to expound upon which schools, if they're using different models, or if one's using middle school versus junior high, or if they're all using the same model, kind of what's the understanding and expectation around that? Again, I think that was part of the question that was being asked.
We're following the middle school model. Yes, ma'am. Now Hartwell, they have different grade bands, but we are following that overarching middle school model.
Okay.
So that's helpful because now I know, I kind of thought we were mixing this up. So let me just provide a little bit of information around what I thought the differentiation was. And I from just again, the cursory research that I've done, there is from the ad hoc intention to what is actually being done here. And Board Member Bolton can interject because you were part of some of those conversations with the community around. There was the desire for junior highs. There was the desire for taking the 7th and 8th graders out of the high schools because they had specific needs that needed to be addressed that could be, but may not have been addressed in a 7 through 12 model. And I thought that the academic focus, junior high schools are often designed to mimic high schools with departmentalized, specialized subjects. Middle schools often use interdisciplinary teams and exploratory, broader, and flexible classes. Those are two completely different things. So if we're treating those 7th and 8th graders under interdisciplinary teams and exploratory, broader focus, and the intention of the ad hoc and the growth plan, as we thought about it, was to have them kind of mimic the high school, and that's where they were, and we're bringing them down. Again, that was kind of the need for my wanting to have some clarity, because I don't know if that was the intention, because we never came back to it, for the entire board to say we want them to all be middle schools. I thought we were having some of them be junior highs, some of them be middle schools. And so for me, I looked up the schedule and the structure. Junior highs typically follow a 6 to 8 period day, while middle schools may use a block scheduling. These are just some of the broader things. And it sounds to me like we have everybody on the same type. Developmentally, middle schools focus heavily on the developmental, social, and emotional needs of young adolescents. Junior highs focus on subject-driven, cognitive, and rigorous academic preparation. Again, I think from our engagement of over that 18 months, what we intended may not be what we're seeing in just the middle, giving it a blanket middle school focus. So, and I'll tell you, my thinking was, is this part of, do we need to kind of reframe how we're doing some things to help with discipline, to help with some of the challenges, but also support some of the things that are going on there too. So that was what the purpose is that those are two completely different models. They weren't supposed to be treated like, I'm gonna say this, more of an elementary, like extension of elementary. They were supposed to be removed, in my mind, removed from the high schools so that they could get the needs that they needed socio-emotionally, academically support, but in preparation for high schools, but not be an extension of elementaries. So I wanted my colleagues to kind of talk about what we wanted, what we wanted, so that we could help drive that focus for you all. So that was, I didn't know we were treating them all the same, so that's new.
I'll go to Board Member Bolton first, because she also was referenced, so.
I think there's several parts of the dialogue involved with what the Vice President has said. We knew that every one of our high schools was overcrowded. So initially, the discussion was, we have to remove kids from the high schools. Forget whatever instructional purpose you have there. When we were really looking at capacity, that was the easiest way to resolve the overcrowding in all of our high schools, was to remove the 7th and 8th grade, because we, and return to a more traditional 9-12 senior high kind of experience. But I do recall, and we voted on this, and I know we talked about it, and I know it was in the recommendations, that we, and the community, we talked about junior highs. We also talked about the fact that we had to close junior highs because they became kind of difficult to deal with, plus the state was only giving us a certain amount of money. And so we adopted the PK8 or K8. So there's a lot of history in all of that. I think that the interest at the time was to create middle schools, and I think it was Carolyn Jones that was the one that was the most influential and spoke the most often about middle schools. I know I poo-pooed 7th and 8th grade just because I know we had lived through that, and virtually all of them have been closed in recent years. But I think the middle school model, regardless of what the grade band is, I think the middle school model that speaks to social, emotional, and cross-cultural, cross-curricular, and more whole child approach speaks to what our children need, be they boys or girls. And so I think it makes sense to have them all be middle schools, even though initially I talked about some middle and some junior high. But I think the model is looking at where we are on discipline, looking at where we are on social emotional at the middle schools and whatever. I think the middle schools method probably is the best to meet the criteria for the kids. I do think that you can make some argument that Schroeder should remain a junior high because that building is so small, you can't put very many more grades in there. And that's already been branded, and that's part of it. You could make a case that Evanston, I don't know what the enrollment is, but if disproportionately it's coming from kids that would normally be going to Withrow, you might be able to say something there. But I like the middle school model for this. I'm a big fan of it, left over from the suburban experience. And kids kind of having that 6, 7, 8 before they get to freshman year, I think is very important. But I'm totally with the Vice President on this. I don't think that either staffing or budget or instructional plan should reflect anything that has anything to do with the continuation of elementary. Middle school function is separate from both high school and also elementary.
Other board member thoughts?
I'll just echo really the same thing. I do think that the middle schools need a tremendous reset. I cannot speak to what the plan was in terms of the support that would have been given to the middle schools. I do know that there was conversation and planning around being able to get the students into the schools, but in terms of what the actual framework would entail to encompass a middle school focus, there was not much, I don't think there was much conversation around it. And also just not in theory, but in application. So I think that's the piece that's missing. And also I think from what I have observed, and when we're talking about discipline, when we're talking about the academic piece, just things that constituents have shared with us or with myself, is that they've been taken out of the high school setting, but still being treated as though they are in high school. And so that is a huge issue if we're talking about developing the whole child and they need specific attention. We have to make sure that we're providing that support for the students, making sure that our teachers are creating environments that honor that, and making sure that our parents are being provided with the opportunity to engage in a middle school framework. So that's just the piece that I will add. Again, not what it's supposed to be just in theory. How do we model that in application and principle?
Vice President Moffitt?
Well, I went back and looked at the ad hoc notes, and it does say middle schools. And I think part of my confusion is I think that they're not, I don't think that there's consistency in how they're running. And I think part of that lack of consistency is that we're just not clear. All we said is establish a system continuum across all quarters that allow for creation of middle schools, 6 through, and it says specifically grades 6 through 8. Yet we have Hartwell in there and we have Evanston in there. So again, I think consistency is probably part of the problem in that we established this, but we didn't really go back to revisit it. And I'm not sure if the public and parents understand what middle schools are supposed to be. I think our staff got very expensive and great training on, our middle school staff got that. But how is that being trickled down? What does that mean? What does that mean for parents that are at middle schools? We've got the 6 through 8 here that the board approved with regard to the recommendations, but our system looks a little different. So, again, I am concerned that we have middle schools that they do need a reset. And in the effort to reset them, I want us to have community involvement, community engagement. I want us to have community understanding and parental understanding around what the expectations are for those schools that they're sending their students to. We didn't do anything pre-opening, pre-first day. We didn't engage them in a summer bridge. We didn't engage them in anything for the summer around getting there. I don't think we did anything in Christmas break around a reset, and maybe we did, but and I'm welcome to be wrong, but
So schools did have a reset when we came back.
Okay.
With expectation, behavior, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And in the beginning of the year, they did have orientation nights, great meet teacher nights. They did have those. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, okay, that sounds great, that sounds great.
Board Member Brewster?
So I wasn't going to say anything because I wasn't here for the establishment of all of these. And because of the snow, my trip to one of them got canceled. So I haven't even seen one of them. But you were talking about confusion. And as a parent with a lot of parent friends that are in 6th grade currently at an elementary school, I do want to talk about like this whole system has always been confusing. So you have the option right now when you leave my school to go to a 7 to 12 at Walnut or Clark. You can go to Mount Washington Elementary, that's our neighborhood school, because now it goes through 8th. You can go to Bramble Montessori, that now goes through 8th. You can go to Spencer, that's 3 through 12. You can go to SCPA, that's K through 12. The whole system is complex and confusing, right? Like that's kind of the beast that is CPS. So we just have to over communicate because these parents do not know what the options even are. And the centralized enrollment is new and it's got kinks in it. And we need to work on those because it was rough for these 6th grade parents as a personal experience with just one school, let alone all the many parents that I haven't experienced those conversations with. So I don't know everything about the middle school situation. I'm learning, but just from a hands-on parent experience, I can tell you over communication is not the problem here. Let's keep doing it.
So I think we had some information there. I think there's some opportunities to bring some information back to the table. I think I will say this to kind of give my little thought on this is that I think this was a board decision. This was a board vote that the board made, that we decided this is how we want to do it and in the time frame we want to do it. And when we make those decisions, we live with the repercussions of those decisions in some ways, and we need to come back and adjust and change and be nimble to do so, but this was a board decision. And at the end of the day, when we make decisions, we own what came about as a result. And so I don't say that to sit there and say that no one did everything else did perfectly or no one else is to be a part of that, but I say that to say, as we look at what our strategic plan will look like, as we look at where our district goes, as we look at what other changes we might make to how we adjust and address some of the concerns that come through middle schools, we need to recognize we own a part of that and a large part of it. because that was not a decision that each individual school came and said, we want to create a middle school today. That's a decision the board made and said, we're going to do it in this time frame. So when we make those decisions, we own them, and we must work to improve them as we go forward. But the truth is, we must start with a sentence that says, we made a decision to do X. Now, how you implemented X, how you worked through X, may not be what we wanted done, may not be goal, but we made a decision to do X. So I think as we do this going forward, as we talk about more things in our strategic plan and everything else that we're going to do for these lovely next few months, really remember that we own the things that we voted on that came out as a board decision, and that we have to go forward managing and being responsible for those things in a better way, yes. And we can talk about how the ways we can communicate better and do and fix things and make things more concrete and establish different procedures and adjust as we see people make different decisions and all those other parts to it. But I really do want us to start from a framing of we made a decision. Because I think that in a lot of ways, we're asking everyone else to own their parts in conversations about things that absolutely they have to own a part of it. They have to own their parts in it, but we have to own our part as well as a board. So I am going to hopefully move us through our consent agenda so that we can get into an executive session so that everybody get out of here. So a consent agenda has been, proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Are there folks who have any exceptions and or things that they have to step out of their votes for?
I want to raise my hand.
Yeah. Board Member Armbruster.
I don't have an exception. I just do want to make a quick comment, and I've already talked to Treasurer Gustin about this for the treasurer's report. I do want to make a request that we start putting dates on the donation and grant information, because there was one in there that I was like, I know this didn't happen in the last month. And it actually happened last spring. So I don't know why it's being reported on this treasurer's report and not last spring. But just for our information, I think it's better practice for us to know when these donations are actually occurring, just from practice.
No, great suggestion. That will be on the next treasurer's report. So
Awesome. See, making progress.
it's nice to have fresh eyes sometimes.
Board
Yes.
Member Matt.
Yes, I do have several exceptions. So Treasurer Gustin, would it be easier just to abstain from your full report or go through?
Well, we should probably just go through them.
Okay. All right, you ready? I'll
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
loudly and clearly. Page 6. Page 9, line item number 2. Page 10, line item number 6. Page 11, line item number 5. Page 12, I believe line item number 4 and 5. And then page 14.
Got it.
That wasn't so bad.
That wasn't that bad.
She was trying to scare us.
Should I just abstain from everything you put down? All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Treasurer Gustin.
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes. All righty, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session,
Say the reasons.
for the purposes of employment of public official and, preparation for negotiations.
So moved. Second.
Treasurer Gustin?
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton. Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt.
Yes.
President Craig.
Yes.
You should say the
Okay,
thing
so
about
we
not
are going
coming back.
to adjourn to, or we're gonna go to executive session and adjourn from there afterwards. We will not come back. So everything will turn off? Yes. We ask that everyone in attendance